Yeah.
Do you want me to introduce you, or you got it? You've got agents. No, I'm trying to coordinate with you. I'm trying to like.
I will see you later. I think I'm married. I'm wondering if you got different.
No.
You don't. Okay.
I just talked to
Okay.
people, and they looked at me like, what?
Yeah. Okay. I wish I'd brought one. Never get that way. If you don't mind. Try it. The reason mine doesn't work is I keep very slow.
Well, I have you guys here. You guys, I mean, some of you are first time on SCaLE, but those of you come to that, like, what would you want to see in there? This is the thing that I'm trying to get going for the last couple of years, trying to get traction and make sure that because there seems to be a lot of open government about having watchdogs on the government and fighting that, or is it what the government people just kind of talk about it and really open source it and open that?
I would definitely say I'm super interested in hearing success stories of people who have done things that are more open for government. Like stupid stuff even, like I'm stupid, but like I don't remember reading about racial grants maybe, or somebody decided that government systems have to use Linux, I think. I don't remember right now. Anyway, I want to hear success stories of people using open source for opening up the government technologically, and then I want to hear how they did it, and then I want to see a plan of action on how we can do it here. As an activist, I want to know what can I take, what action can I take to make my government look like some other government that has some pieces on its case. That's the action-based stuff.
Yeah, it takes what are the scales? Where does it change scale wrong and why?
Well, I would go the other. I want to see where do things go right and how do I make that happen here. But yeah, that's relevant too. Like, I want to know how to get stuff done. It's painful that government moves at such a rate of like a generational pace, and that's insane because as a tech person, I see software go from like, if I look at software from 10 years ago, no one used it, it was a joke. But we've got government from like 200 years ago still in place, and some of that stuff is still relevant, and a lot of it is not.
Are you referring to perhaps recent decisions that have referred to law from 400 years ago?
Which recent decision are we talking about? 400 years ago? The strike down of Roe v. Wade. Oh yeah, no, Roe v. Wade. Yeah, that was 50 years ago, right?
No, they referred to the recent law that was written.
Oh, did they? Okay, yeah. I mean, stuff like that for sure. Yes, I would like to see, that in the whole concept of the United States.
So I'm a lawyer and a prosecutor, and we know that you get better law that way. You're not stuck following pressing recent court cases with bad decisions that need to be done again.
Yeah,
You can justify not doing it because of the bad things working with law.
I
don't think that's great for the government approach.
I think the problem with that, at least that I had, was because it was a repetition of this law, and it's like, we actually had a revolution.
Yeah, I know, but what you were then doing though, giving high common law, which is back to all the cases, rather than point to principle, which is what we do, like the codes in Europe. So instead of saying you have to follow a case, we go back to a basic principle of right and wrong that's supposed to be enshrined in law. It allows moral judgment as opposed to...
A lot of that it was strictly based on, the zeitgeist of the moment, how people feel about different topics changes very, very quickly, very regularly, and the law is not...
Not if you follow case law, not if you follow the kind of precedent that common law does, no. England and the US follow that and they're stuck with it. Okay. And you have to, they go to time like Roe v. Wade to do it.
On
what they did was they took this Oxford University algorithm and they put it into one of the trucks and they applied it across the medical records. It's called Q-coded calculator. They applied it to medical records to demonstrate who had moved for the vaccine threat and looked at vulnerability. And it worked really well, and it meant that the rollout in the UK of horror story in Europe with Schiphol Airport where the security line, and this is apparently true, was 2 kilometers long. So you had to go, and what they'd done was they laid everybody off during the pandemic, and it takes 6 weeks to get security clearance. And when they realised they were short staffed, they started to get more staff, but they can't get them for 6 weeks. So I think my friend Mike Milkovich is going to come to this, and he got caught after the 2 kilometre bit, so he got caught with that whole problem.
Yeah.
And he said it's
it's about my risk, really, is what I'm trying to. There's risk, and then there's, do I get mine? Really, at the end of the day.
The reason we're using his laptop, not mine, is my mother's always shy because I've dropped mine a few times and that's silly.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he'll get away with it.
Hopefully not in California.
My camera's not great, but I love you, but I'm like, if my husband was here, we'd do it.
Hello? Hello? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Open Government track here at SCaLE 19X. I'm really excited that you guys have all come out here, have braved the Omicron wave to come out here and listen to Amanda talk. Amanda's coming to us from the UK. We're really excited to hear what she has to say, and she's got several slides to introduce herself, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I will ask at the end, we're going to have some questions. When you ask your question, then Amanda will just repeat it so that we can get it recorded, so that everybody can hear it later. This will be streamed on YouTube later. So, with that having said,
Thank you. So, good morning, LA. Something I've never said before and always wanted to. Thank you very much to everybody at SCaLE for having me come and join you today, and in particular Mark for being brave enough to let me use his laptop. So I'm Amanda Brock, and I'm just working his laptop out. Is that going to work? Yeah. So I'm the CEO at Open UK, and Open UK is the industry organisation for open technology, and I'm going to spend a few minutes actually talking you through what we do because I think it's useful. And I suspect that most of you have never come across me or Open UK before, so I hope that's all right. If it's going on too long, let me know. I'm Scottish, so I have an accent, and I tend to speak quite quietly, and I may well forget that I'm supposed to hold the mic up. So if you can't hear me at any point in time, or if I'm walking in front of the screen where the slides get messed up, will you let me know? Just wave at me and we can work out what the issue is. So I often get asked what a nice girl like me is doing in a space like open source. Back at the beginning of 2008, I joined a company some of you will have heard of. I can't tell with masks on, but I don't think I worked with anybody in this room there. I know some of my former colleagues are here. And Canonical at the time was the commercial sponsor of the Ubuntu operating system, which was pretty popular back then. I'm just going to move these. There's some seats here if you want them. And today, Canonical's probably known for many things beyond Ubuntu. But back then, we were at a time when we were doing deals with Dell, we were in the desktop space, and we also had just started to work in cloud. And Canonical went from being about 0% to over 70% of the cloud operating system market almost overnight. And it was a bit of a sign of what things were going to be in the future, a sign of things to come that we saw back then. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go on. So, having spent 5 years at Canonical, where I was the first lawyer, I was the general counsel, I moved into a law firm and spent a couple of years where I advised startups primarily and UK businesses around open source. And that was 2013-14. I was very much too early stage, and I ended up going back into a couple of other companies until 2019. And through that period from 2008 to 2019, I have been on a number of different advisory boards and open source projects because something happened at Canonical that wasn't expected. And I was expected to go in there and be a corporate and commercial lawyer who knew about IT and technology, but I wasn't expected to fall in love with open source. And for me, the value set that went with the open source community at the time and the work they were doing was really important. There are some chairs if you want them, sort of round and about. There's one right at the front that's not next to anyone if you want space. So that whole piece with Canonical for me was a very big deal. And it led to me being on things like the UN's Open Source Advisory Board, where I was the chair. Last year, I ended up being appointed by the UK government to an Open Standards Board that they have at the Cabinet Office. And then this year, I stood for election for the first time in my life, and it was really nerve-wracking, to be honest, for the OSI board. And I did it. Some people told me not to. And I did it because I feel that the OSI is really important to open source, and it's something that needs to be strong. I think it's absolutely critical that we have a strong OSI. We have a booth here, and if anybody wants to talk to the OSI people or myself about it, I'm sure we're all happy to do that. So something I found that I could do during the pandemic was write. And generally I write for the tech press. I like it because it's lightweight, it's short. I was persuaded to take on the second edition of this book, and I've edited a book of 24 chapters by 22 authors, free and open source software, law, policy, practice. The authors are world-leading experts in what they do, each and every one of them. And it is the only time you will ever see my name as an editor on the front of a book, because it is the most horrendous task I've ever undertaken. You imagine, mostly they're lawyers, 22 of them. They've all got opinions, and it's a really long book. Some of them are 15,000-word chapters. So it's going to be really expensive, and Oxford University Press are publishing it for us this autumn. However, it's also going to be open access, thanks to the Veitch Foundation. So I hope that it's something that will be used widely as a tool where you can use the PDF or the e-reader and download the bits that you need or you find useful. So that should be out September, October. We're going to do a book signing at All Things Open. And the other thing I do is talk. And pre-pandemic, I used to travel the world talking. Obviously, I'm here again today. But then I spent a couple of years in my kitchen with my kitten, who is now a fully grown cat. I was going to say, because I expected this room to be empty, that at least then I knew that there was one person or one kitten listening to me. And I'm really taken aback by you all being here. But of course, SCaLE brought me on this incredible journey. And these are some photos from my incredible journey a couple of days ago. I couldn't believe the journey I had. We went over the north of Greenland, the Rockies, and Salt Lake City on the way here. Absolutely incredible to be with you. And to talk about Open UK a little bit, and I'll try and keep it quite short because I could talk to you about this for hours. We are the UK organisation for the business of open technology. Don, do you want to wave? So Don Foster is one of my board members. We're quite a different organisation, and we started being different when the board came on board, it's hard to say, at the beginning of 2020. And we have a board of 12 who are generally known in their areas in technology globally. And we made a decision that we wouldn't focus anymore on open source software. So Open UK had started life as an open source software organisation, but we didn't think you could run a country or geographic or even a project properly without focusing on data as well and understanding the place of data in software. And we expanded it out to the 3 opens, so open source software, hardware and data. And what we've done is build an organisation over the last 2.5 years that has about 100 to 150 people who volunteer, and they are the leadership. Most of them are leaders in projects within the UK or international projects. So we tried to build quite a diverse organisation. I think it's probably one of the most diverse in UK tech, maybe in open source. So we have our board, we have pro bono leadership team, only a couple of us are paid. And then we have ambassadors. A lot of them are from Kubernetes and Cloud Native. And what we've done by bringing those people in is we've started the process of building a cohesive community, building a community that can be recognised within the UK. Now bear with me, this has a relevance to government. So we brought these people together so they can have a voice. And we do things like award ceremonies, we have an honours list, a very British thing, where we celebrate their achievement and what they work on. And what that does is allow us to have influence, because we can demonstrate that we have these smart people doing clever things with open and the benefits of that open source, that open technology. And there's a whole list there, you know, you'll see these in the slides. But we were very quickly recognised in Europe as the voice of open. We then joined an amicus brief and Google the Oracle here in the US, and we also responded to the Biden ordinance last year. I think we were the only non-US organisation that did that. And last year we shifted to starting to do reports. Now I know I'm disappointing at least one person in the room because I'm not going to go into detail in case studies, but these reports do. So what we did was we started by taking the data that existed in other reports and doing a literature review and cutting that data for the UK so we could demonstrate stuff that nobody had shown before by looking at the UK. It's probably easier to do that for other countries because Brexit sort of messed it up for us, where most people focused on Europe. And what we were trying to do there was demonstrate our position as a centre of excellence. I don't think this has been published anywhere, but when the UK Brexited, the figure Europe was using was 490,000 developers doing open source work in Europe. After Brexit, they think it's 260. So almost half of Europe's developers doing open source work are in the UK. Germany is very close behind us, and then there's a big drop down to France, and then for some of the other countries it's tiny. And that's the kind of information that helped us influence government and helped us get a connection with government. So we started with the literature review. We moved on in phase 2 to doing a survey. Our surveys are difficult, right? So I want to ask questions that survey organisations tell you can't ask. And I keep pushing and pushing until I get them sort of close to what I want. Because I think the way we've looked traditionally at open source is we look at value generated by number of developers, lines of code, and that gives you a very skewed idea, a total cost of ownership type idea, which is a decade old. That worked in tech 10 years ago. It's not how the rest of the tech sector measures itself. And what I think we need to shift to is looking more at value and the value that open source generates. We did calculations following the methodologies, these traditional methodologies, and we showed that open source software purely was 20% of the UK's GDP year on year. Now I think it's probably 3 times that if you look at the value it generates and think about the platform economy. And we shifted in the 3rd phase, and if only I could change the world, and maybe it is changing. We looked at values and sustainability because we were hosting COP26 and we had an event at COP26. So we looked at other things that you could measure, like collaboration, education, skills development, all the good things that happen through open source that aren't economic. And we've been working on how we measure that. Now this does all relate to government, I promise. This is just from this year's report we shared on the 7th of July. It's long, it's 50, 60 pages, and the intention was it was a full report and we weren't going to do 3 phases. But for various reasons that I'll come to later, we're going to do a second phase on curation of open source and infrastructure, particularly focused on the public sector, and then a third phase on sustainability. And if you look at this up here, you'll see this sum, the 4.87 to 6.65 billion. That's a calculation we did on the amount that's invested by UK enterprises in open source software. And it's incredible. We have a thing called the Levelling Up Fund, where UK government is building technology to help bring us back out of the pandemic. This sum is 29 to 35 times the amount UK government is putting in. There's a huge amount of open source happening. And one of the things that I think we all have to do when we talk about government is find ways to demonstrate the importance of open source. Now, everything we've got in here is Creative Commons. The questions from our surveys are also at the end of the reports, and they're filled with case studies. So I think there were about 8 last year. There's a similar number in this year's report, and we have more that we'll share in September and November. So if you want case studies, they're good examples, and I'm also happy if anybody wants it to share things like the questions we used. And we just keep evolving and learning. Every 2 months we have a group that does a collaborative session, and we try to bring together people around the world who are looking at reporting, who are looking at surveys and open source, so that we can compare notes and learn from each other. And it's a completely open list if anyone's interested. And what we saw in this report in phase 1 is that you're on a journey when you start with open source. And I'm going to say I think this is a journey that every company today is on, because we've all digitalized. Like it or not, over the last 10, 12 years, companies that didn't like it have done it through the pandemic. They've started to digitalize, they've fully digitalized, and they've become companies that focus on having their products and services created, distributed, or consumed using technology, which means it's software defined. And that's got a huge impact on everything we do. And what we try to do, and these are the questions that the survey people don't like, is we try to correlate activities around governance, good housekeeping, compliance, good technology development. We try to correlate them to the stage in the journey and also the length of time that companies had been at each stage. And it's not necessarily exclusive, so you might get somebody who contributes and consumes. I think the figure was 7% that consumed only but didn't contribute. The bit that I'm really interested in, because this is how I am, is those who consume and distribute but don't contribute. And I'm not allowed to use what we saw from that because we had under 2%, but there's still 2% of companies who are using open source knowingly, distributing it, and not giving anything back. And I really want to investigate that further. I mentioned that we did an event at COP26 last year. We shared a blueprint for the data center of the future using open source software, hardware, data. The blueprint's now in the Eclipse Foundation. This year we're going to host another event in November. We're going to try and hold ourselves accountable for what we talked about last year and where we've got to a year later. And we're going to do another blueprint which will be on EV charging, and we'll bring together all the different components of EV charging into a blueprint, and it will also go into Eclipse. The idea is that we show that this blueprint model is feasible and rigorous, and then we will next year share the model and try and get others own, probably in medical devices. We also are going to be doing something called the societal value metrics, looking at the non-economic values of open source. So this second piece of what we do, this policy and legal work, is a huge chunk of what we do. We, I guess, are unique because we try to bring all this engineering community together, all this business community together, so that we can then have influence. When people see the achievements that are made, when people in government understand the achievements that are made in their own patch, in their own geography, they're willing to listen to you. And we then try to direct the conversation. But the third piece has to be about learning. And I didn't take this out of my bag earlier, which I should have. So purely by chance, we were having a kids competition when the pandemic started. and we were going to distribute these digital gloves. I knew I would do that. So it's basically a glove with a microbit, which is also created in the UK, and a battery pack. And I probably can't do this. Not with the mic. Yeah, the little microbit goes in here. And if you look at openuk.uk/openkidscamp, you'll see these, and you'll see 2 courses teaching children. For the UK, it's age 11 to 15, Key Stage 3. And it teaches them how to code, it teaches them about open source, it teaches them about collaboration, about community, through 10 digital lessons, and then there's 10 magazines that go with it. Now, I'm going to take this off again, having gone to all that trouble putting it on. We gave away 8,000 of those gloves to kids in these little packs like this. And you'll see the back of it has 10 images, and those are the open source definition. So we try to take some responsibility and teach the next generation about the open source definition, but we also taught them about the Sustainable Development Goals and about community and collaboration. And in the first course, we got to be a GNOME Community Challenge finalist. I think we were runner-up. And this year, we're looking at building a MOOC, a massive open online course with the Entrepreneurship School at Scottish University. And the idea there is that we'll start to teach people who want to build businesses about things like how you hire from communities, how you grow communities, how you build revenue when you've given away your crown jewels. And we're a tiny organisation. I've shown you, everybody that really leads it. Yet we've been able to get this level of press, and we get over 1 million impressions on Twitter. We've got a lot more than that this year. But it's because everybody works together to have influence. And we started this at the beginning of 2020. At the same time, what we saw was a shift. And I've mentioned digitalisation already. We saw this shift going on around us at a government level, not just in the UK, but also in Europe. And Europe was talking about the start of a digital decade in 2020, and we're all really optimistic. Now, you probably realise I don't speak to words, but this quote is worth knowing. And this is Ursula von der Leyen, who is the President of the European Commission. And this is a quote from a letter that she wrote to a lady called Marguerite Vestager, who is the Antitrust or Competition Commissioner. And when she appointed her, she said, "Changes in digital technologies and geopolitics are already having a profound effect on the lives of Europeans. We're witnessing major shifts all the way from global power structures to local politics. What we do now will determine what kind of world our children live in and will define Europe's place in the world, creating a Europe fit for the digital age." So if you take those words and you change it to be UK or US or British or American, this is the situation we're all in. We're all looking at the same thing, maybe collaboratively, maybe not. We're all trying to work out what's going on with the future through technology. And we see how technology impacts our day-to-day lives, and our day-to-day lives impact technology. Now, this is a photograph at a conference I was talking to some of you about earlier, FOSDEM, and this was my last pre-pandemic conference. And it's first Sunday of February every year. And for us, it was 31st of January and 1st of February. And of course, the UK Brexited or exited from Europe on the 31st of January, and we were in Brussels. So we went to the European Commission. And here I'm with Cheryl Hung, who you might know from Cloud Native, Jonathan Riddle from KDE, and Kavita Kapoor, who was our learning officer. And we were at the Commission at midnight as we exited, and the lights went off. And we were standing there in the dark in January, February, and it really felt profound. And that was a moment of geopolitical shift that you could pin down to the exact moment in time. And there are a few that you can do that with. This is the little-known Scottish variant that one or two of you may have come across, and you can generally tell it's coming because of the noise it makes. Now, geopolitical shift, digitalization were both really impacted in the last couple of years through the pandemic. And one of the things we saw was the European reaction to data being data flows, data privacy from Europe to the US. And what we saw was this case, Schrems 2, where previously Mr. Schrems had brought a case, and the case had the impact that the model clauses, the contract clauses we used to move data from Europe over to the US were set aside. And we used to, I used to be a lawyer, and we just used to pick those up, stick them in a contract, and know everything was good. So the case said you couldn't do that anymore, and you had to start to rely on the ability to shift data because the US had a safe harbor. Schrems 2, halfway through the pandemic, 2020, partway through the pandemic, sets that aside and says the US is no longer a safe place for us to transfer data from Europe to. We see the start of digital and data sovereignty in Europe. And I don't know if you've come across that term sovereignty, but it's absolutely constant now in Europe. And Gaia X is the business infrastructure, building a cloud for Europe, a federated infrastructure that can be used for data and create privacy, but it's something that's all built on open source and looking at open data. We don't just see that friction, though, between the EU and the US. We also see it between the EU and China, and we see it between the US and China, and the UK and China. And we don't just see these things happening at a national state geopolitical level. We also start to see civilian and civil action through Black Lives Matter, through the youth movement at COP26, and of course, sadly, this year in the war in Ukraine. So why am I talking about all of this? Why does it matter? Why is it relevant to your government track? And what's it got to do with open source? What is open source even? So I told you I joined Canonical, and I was a lawyer, and I could have written a 2-line open source is code with the source code, which is the human readable part, shared publicly on an OSI approved license. And that would have given me a basic definition of open source, and I could have applied it to everything. But if I'd done it, it wouldn't have worked, because open source is much, much more than that. Open source is about community, it's about collaboration, it's about contribution, it's about building the best, most innovative code that's something that is diverse, that will be well maintained and secure. It's a big picture. And you can go back to the OSD, and in the OSD, the open source definition, which is custodianed by the Open Source Initiative, as you all know, you'll find a couple of principles around things like non-discrimination, non-discrimination amongst people, non-discrimination amongst fields of endeavour. And those have had a really big impact in the last year or two, particularly when you start to think about these geopolitical shifts and the way that we're trying to close down the world and split countries off, yet as open source communities we continue to collaborate. And this is the kind of thing that governments have to understand. So how did we get to where we are? I've mentioned digitalization. Digitalization has been a big, big thing over the last decade, but it's not just that. We also have this situation where the role that the developer plays has changed. The engineer's role is totally different. So when I was back in Canonical, it was pretty exhausting, actually. I was that parrot, and I was the point of escalation for every commercial deal. And I spent my days talking to procurement, talking to legal, sometimes finance, explaining risk and open source, and trying to persuade them that it wasn't as bad as they thought. And that's shifted. That's not an issue anymore. If the companies are smart, they'll know that you don't manage your risk in open source around contracts. You manage it at the engineering level, because today, engineers can make the decision to go and bring open source into their organization without approval, without a contract. And what that means is that not only has the risk shifted, but the power of the engineer has escalated and risen. They've got an elevated status. If you're providing open source, what that means is that it's very, very easy for you to have your product become ubiquitous without having to go through that risk management of legal and procurement. So that shift is one of the biggest things that most people don't acknowledge, which has really seen the rise of open source. And when you look at reports around open source, you'll see 58 to 98% of the stack generally credited, whether you're in the public or private sector, as being open source. And this is partly why. Partly digitalization, partly the fact that the developers have this elevated status, and partly cloud. Now, I mentioned also that we were dealing with that back in 2010 in Canonical, and this is an old slide, I really need to update it. But if you look at the cloud native landscape, you'll see what market cap in the trillions and funding in the billions. Now, the fact that open source permeates that cloud is inescapable, and it's got a huge amount to do with why open source has become what it's become and why the stacks are full of it. Now, I'm going to tell you that, and so would he. so don't listen to us. I don't know if anybody follows Steve Wally on Twitter, but I was having a conversation with him this morning about this slide. So this is Steve Wally's slide. He's not able to be here now. And Steve tells the Microsoft story. And this is him in 2018 doing a keynote in Edinburgh. And he's at the Linux Foundation's Open Source Summit. Now, there isn't anybody who was at Canonical with me in the room, is there? Right, so back in the day, when I joined Canonical, we had something called Launchpad, and it was a bug tracking system. And Bug Zero was the destruction of Microsoft. Microsoft were not our friend. In fact, we thought they were public enemy number one. I can't tell open source jokes anymore because all the jokes I know, the punchline is Microsoft. Things have changed. Things have changed to the extent that in 2018, Steve's standing on a stage in Scotland asking for forgiveness. Now, Ballmer described open source when he was the CEO of Microsoft as a cancer. Steve's got Satya Nadella behind him on this screen saying, "Judge us by the actions we have taken in the recent past, our actions today and in the future." And Steve tells a really good story. It's 13 minutes long. It's worth downloading and watching if you're trying to persuade someone to use open source. And he explains there are 3 reasons. The first is that Microsoft customers never used to ask for open source. The second is developers who've learned to code in the last 20 years use open source. There is no way around it. You can't employ them if you're not going to let them do it, because they're going to reuse and recycle and use open source methodologies. And the third is cloud, back to that point I was just making. And what he said is that you can't engage in cloud at any scale without dealing with the communities. So it's no good just being a user. You want to be further along that journey and contributing if you want to have any influence. Now, I mentioned Microsoft back in the day, and we used to call it FUD. I don't know if people still do. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And I'm very quickly going to run through 3 situations that are current where there is fear, uncertainty, and doubt that I think impacts what you're all doing with governments. So the first is something called strip mining. You've probably all heard of it. It's a 1970s New York piece of law, and it's about coal mining. And it's about taking too much from the land and not leaving enough to sustain for the future. And back in 2019, this is a piece from the New York Times, where the New York Times interviewed 7 open source founders who were not happy with AWS. You've got AWS people in the room. It's all right, I'm not going to be nasty. So they talked about strip mining, and they said that Amazon was doing something wrong because they were taking their software. Now, do you remember I said I worked in a law firm for 2 years advising startups? I came up with this very quick way of letting people go. And I used to say to them, what if? So what if you open source your software and someone else uses it? And most people got that that's what open source is. Second, what if you open source your software and someone else uses it to make money? And they weren't always comfortable. Third, and remember, I'd just come out of Canonical. What if someone else uses your software and makes a shed load of money, and you don't make any, or you don't make as much, or you don't make enough? And usually they would leave. So I put a lot of people off open sourcing in their businesses and building their businesses around it. But I did the right thing, because open source is not one thing. It is not a business model. So when you're looking at open source and its sustainability, you need to understand what you can do with it and how it will be used by others, and what your business model will be if you want to generate revenue. And that has to be totally separate from how you open source and what you open source. So Amazon did nothing wrong, because the OSD and the licenses allow others to take your code and commercialize it. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't want them to do it, you shouldn't open source it. There's nothing to stop you sharing the code and using a proprietary license like SSPL. The problem we have is FUD. So things like this, many of you will have seen this back in 2020 when Elastic moved Elasticsearch onto the SSPL, which is a proprietary license. And that also is fine. But the issue is the headline doubling down on open, when in fact what they're doing is moving away from open. And there's a nice lawyer word, disingenuous, that I like to use about that. So that's the first sort of piece of FUD, is the confusion about what open source is and trying to apply licenses that aren't OSI approved. Second issue is really heartbreaking. So back in March, just after the war in Ukraine started, and I don't know how that is in the US, but for us in Europe, or in the UK, we're still in Europe, it really feels close. It's been really, really tough. And 8 developers got on Twitter and started to talk to us about putting down their keyboards and taking up arms. It was really heartbreaking. So at Open UK, we set up a Red Cross donation line for open source to contribute, and we raised a few £1,000s. Only last week, I mean, the war's ongoing. There was a piece in the Financial Times talking about it being the first open source war because of the impact technology is having. And I had to turn down a friend. So I've worked in Ukraine years ago, and I was asked to get involved with some of this protestware. And what protestware does is restrict who can use code, and I wouldn't get involved because that's not open source. And it doesn't matter what people are doing, whether it's a war, there will be other wars too, I'm sure, where you can't restrict who can use your code in the same way. And again, protestware is sort of bringing open source into disrepute. And then the third thing that I'm going to talk about quickly, because I have quite a few slides here, if you're interested in it, it's detailed, it's technical, and you should read it. The third thing is very much around standards. And there are a number of standards that use standard essential patents. Now, whatever you think about patents doesn't really matter. They exist, and these people have patents, and the SEPs are distributed under FRAND, fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory licenses. The problem is you have to pay for them, and they don't work with open source. And what we're seeing is a lot of misinformation being spread to standard bodies and through them by a few companies. And the few companies are known, where they are talking about what open source means and trying to imply it's something entirely different from what it is to make their standards work. And there's a lot of work needing done in this area. Back in the day at Canonical, I was interviewed by the Department of Justice when they were talking about the Rockstar patents. Rockstar was a consortium with Microsoft and Apple and others who bought the Nortel patent suite when Nortel was split up. And what they were doing was transferring those patents in a way that could be used to attack open source, but with a license that allowed themselves to use it. Now, the reason I mention it isn't to dwell on the past. It's the fact that they came up with a solution which was either to use a GPL license or give open invention network rights, which allow you to use each other's patents without cost and without suing each other. It's a cross license, and it's free, and anybody can sign up. And as we see this journey that companies go on like Microsoft, we see Microsoft signing up to that. And a few years ago, it was a really big deal when Microsoft put their patents into OIN. So I'm still not talking about the public sector, right? But I am, because all of this is applicable to enterprise and to the public sector and to government if they're using open source. And we've talked about open source creating value and about total cost of ownership and how you measure it and the economics of open source, which are really important to how you use it and how you get others to use it, particularly when you go through procurement processes in government. And you'll notice here this starts to talk about digital infrastructure. And digital infrastructure is where our government's going today. 10 years ago in the UK, we were one of the first countries in the world to have an open first policy. There was a Cabinet Office decision, a Cabinet Office advisory board that I was on, and they decided that we should use open source more across UK government. And they created something called GDS, Government Digital Services, which is now 10 years old, and which is world leading. It's been replicated across the globe in places like Australia and Canada. Francis Maud, Lord Maud, and Liam Maxwell, who is now at AWS in the public sector group, they were behind this, and they created something that was really innovative. But of course, we were talking about this before, about changes in government. And there was a change in the leadership, and it sort of got brushed under the carpet a bit. This year, we got a new digital strategy in the UK, and our government's digital strategy does not mention open source anywhere. So they shared it with me the weekend before, under embargo, and I spent the whole weekend going back and forwards with their press office trying to persuade them to write the word open source in it. And they just kept coming back saying, don't worry, Amanda, open source is a given for us. So I'm now working to try and get them to clarify that. We have here something called a playbook, and this is where it gets interesting. So governments can have these policies or not. If they have these policies, it's a bit like my lawyer's definition from the beginning of my talk. Open source is something where the code is shared, where the public, the human readable source code is put on something like a repo like Git, GitHub, GitLab, and it's also under an open source approved license. And that's all well and good, but unless you know how to do it, it doesn't work. And through the course of this year, we've done a lot of work with the healthcare system in the UK, with the NHS. I've interviewed about 20 different case studies, and we've worked with the NHS on a report for their internal usage. And what I would say that I saw from that and other interaction in the public sector and government is that they use open source because they want to achieve economic value. And they do that for two reasons: to avoid vendor lock-in and to create code that can be reused and recycled. But of course, if you don't know how to do that, and you don't know how to do it well, you don't understand the governance, you don't understand contribution, then you end up with something that's not usable. And that's where something like this playbook comes in. It's not as good as it should be, and they are updating it, but it is an attempt to start to give government the guidance. So I'm putting all of this on slides for you, so if you want to go and find assets later, you can. And we see how government now is using open source, and it's doing it for many reasons and in many ways, but a lot of that is also like enterprise use. And it starts with things like apps, and we talked, a few of us at the beginning of this, about the impact that COVID had, about the apps that were used, Test and Trace being one of them. And in the UK, our Test and Trace app is possibly not the best. Our rollout of our vaccine using something called Q-COVID Calculator, which there's an NHS case study of in one of our reports, I think the last one. Those are maybe better, but you see government shifting from simply using open source and apps and the like to policies like our healthcare policy, which requires open source first. The UK's energy sector, the Digitalisation Task Force, reported in January saying that they want to build a spine built on open source software. So we move from just apps to infrastructure. And we're trying to work out what infrastructure means, because our national infrastructure, like an enterprise's infrastructure, and our national critical infrastructure is being built on open source. And then, of course, last May, we have President Biden and the White House start to focus on supply chain, start to focus on SBOMs, software bill of materials, start to look at this infrastructure and panic. And I'll come to that more in a minute, and curation. I mentioned already that we responded to this White House ordinance from Open UK. We were thinking about this about 18 months ago, but then everybody's mind got focused last year in the run-up to Christmas with Shell4J. We see OpenSSF growing up, and we see OpenSSF having 2 meetings in the last year with the White House, talking about security, talking about how we make open source secure for that national infrastructure and for that public sector and government usage. And they've come up with a 10-point plan. And only, 10 days ago? I don't know what date it is. The Cyber Safety Review Board come up with their report on Shell4J. And then on Monday this week, Atlantic Council, which is a policy organisation focusing on security, one of their team published this article, Open Source Security, How Digital Infrastructure is Built on a House of Cards. Now, it's a sensation-grabbing headline, but it's a concern. And it's actually, it's a good article, it's well written, it's done a lot of research. I don't agree with everything in it. But it focuses the mind on the thing that I want you to take away from this talk. And the thing I want you to take away is that for all the reasons I've explained, our public sector and our governments are using open source software. And they're doing it in a way that they initially started to procure to avoid lockdown, to create code that was reusable, but without understanding what that meant, without understanding how to do it. So it was fine at a top level creating that policy, but as you cascade it down, if people don't know how to do it, you might as well throw your money away. You know, you're going and commissioning open source that's put on GitHub, that's not recyclable, not reusable, not maintained, not secure, because you haven't explained to them how to do it. And I think for the public sector, this piece is critical. And what we get to is a point in time where on this side, what you've got is open source coming from communities, coming from businesses, coming from collaborations of businesses. And on this side, you've got government infrastructure. And down the middle here, you've got a road. Matt, do you want to sing? So if I could sing, I'd be singing LA is a great big freeway, but I can't sing, so I'm not going to. So you have this freeway like the one you see out of this hotel window with cars flying down it, and you've got to get from here where you've built your open source to here where it's your app, where it's your critical infrastructure or just infrastructure. Now you could be like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, and you could just fly into the traffic and across the road and get splatted. You could be conservative or perhaps smart and go to the narrowest point in the road and find an underpass or find a zebra crossing, I don't know what you call them. And that already exists with things like RHEL, with Red Hat Enterprise Linux, with Google's new product, with other procured or curated open source. You could find out how to get across the road safely yourself and build those skills in your own team. Or you could go and pay somebody over here who might have a good idea of how to get across the road. But somehow you are going to have to get from one side to the other, because the people who distribute that software distribute it without warranty. And they specifically say you have no rights to come back against them if something is wrong with it. Yet over here you want to use it perhaps for air traffic control, perhaps for your energy sector to build a spine. How are you going to balance the two? Now, the word that I'm hearing that I think is going to be the buzzword is curation. How do you curate open source from here to here? And I think what's going to happen is that we're going to see bodies being built called stewards. That's my word. I call them stewards. And there's an economist in the UK at LSE called Mariana Mazzucato, not very British name, but she's based in the UK. And she wrote a book called Mission Economics. And if you read her work, part 4, she starts to talk about data and how data will be managed by the state. And what she talks about is building public-private partnerships and engagement. And I think that's where we're going to end up with these stewards. Now, I don't know if we can build one, you know, it's like the Coca-Cola advert all around the world and everybody's happy. We'll end up with is state by state, country by country, perhaps sector by sector within those countries, perhaps coordinated across countries, I don't know. But I suspect to get from here to here, for the energy sector or the UK energy sector, we need a steward. And that steward will be a body that makes the approval of the journey across from one side to the other, and that curation of open source software. And at Open UK, we've actually started this work. We've got 2 sectors that are interested and at very, very early stages. And we're hoping in about 6 months' time, we'll have a minimum viable product to start to talk about. Now, economists never used to interest me, but I find myself looking at them more and more in the last few years as I try to justify open source to government. And there's a second economist, a woman called Kate Raworth, who wrote a book you might know called Donut Economics, talking about, if you don't know it, you should read it. It's talking about how we change society and capitalism and recreate capitalism in a different way, in a more equitable way. But Kate talks about open source software specifically, and when she talks about it, she talks about recharacterizing open source as a digital public good. Now, I know that this is an old concept for some, but I think it's time that we really started to have the conversation with our public sector and with our governments, because to get from here to here costs, and these people also need contribution back, the maintainers and others need contribution back to the open source projects. And if you read the Atlantic Council piece, they're saying that money won't fix it, but money will help. And I think it is time that we started to encourage our governments to look at open source as a digital public good and to work collaboratively around that. So I've talked for about as long as I want to. I think 2020 is I know 2020 is the year of the tiger, and I think it's the year of the open source tiger. And this is a piece that I wrote that has a number of recommendations and tips about open source in 2020. Thank you for indulging me and going on a journey with me, because I wanted to take you through an understanding of how my thought process got here. But I think when you look at the individual case studies today, when you listen to others talking about the public sector, about government use of open source, you can't just go ahead and replicate it. You have to understand why you're doing it, what you're doing it, and what you need from government. And what we need is engagement and understanding of this journey. Anybody want to ask me any questions? Don't just look at me. It's like being back in the kitchen with the cat. He won't ask questions either. Yes. Are you okay using the device?
You can hear me, it's fine. I was interested in what you were saying about process there. Because when you get government involvement and you get government usage of open source technologies and software, whatever, for obviously for purposes that may or may not be for the public good, which kind of goes against the standards of open source community. And how do you balance that?
So I think the way that I balance that personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else, is that open source is a specific thing. And the specific thing is set out for me in the open source definition. And part of that is that anybody can use. Now, I don't want to be the judge and jury. I don't want that to change. I want it to be absolutely open for everybody and for every usage. I think it's then up to the individual whether they feel that there are restrictions they want to place on something. And if they can't share it on an open source basis, with what that means, they shouldn't. They should just not open source it. I'm not in a position to, yeah. We had a chap called Nicholas Challen speak at Open UK about 3 weeks ago, and his video is on our website, and he talks about exactly this. He's ex-Department of Defence. And I don't think that is, I think it's a separate issue. The rights and the wrongs and the morals are not for open source. And if we start to get into that, we'll destroy it. I think what open source is about is the ability for everybody to collaborate without discrimination, which is why I'm concerned about what's happening with geopolitical shift. You know, I want everyone to be able to contribute. Now, to get back over here to your national critical infrastructure, when there's friction and geopolitical shift between countries, clearly we have to work that out and we have to talk about it. We can't ignore it. Can I go to the... And I meant to repeat the question, I've just remembered. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's the opposite. Yeah. They all have it. There isn't an open source approved license that doesn't disclaim liability, and it's really important. Yeah. Now you could, so just to pick up on what you're saying there, which is that going across the road could create a situation where there might be a risk of developer liability. I want to be really clear that this is not about creating liability on developers. It is about the opposite. Somebody standing in the middle of this road, we have lollipop men and women in the UK. I don't know if you have an equivalent. They have a stick with a circle at the top, and they take little kids across the road safely to school. What was it called? A crossing guard, right. I've learned something. So the crossing guard effectively could say, the crossing guard going across the road could say, and by the way, I'll make sure that if you get sued, you know, give me a few extra $100 and I will make sure that that liability is fixed. It's called insurance. And it's part of things like Red Hat Enterprise Linux. They have that rolled in. Back when I was at Canonical, we bought it for some of our products too. Some organizations will self-insure, some will do it through, you know, directly buying insurance policies. But there is a pool of indemnity there. But that's not something these people should take on. That's something that you take on in the crossing the road and the curation. It's really important. No, I'm glad you asked the question. I'm trying to get a cartoon made, and it's really hard because I've got Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner in my head, and I don't think they're out of copyright. But we're trying to get a cartoon showing to you if you try and do this without thinking it through. And I'll try and make sure that that's called out. Yes, SpongeBob, maybe. Does he play in the traffic? Yeah, I'm not doing Winnie the Pooh. It's not going there. Yeah. 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 So I really struggled to get anyone to listen to me for over a year. I'm still really taken aback by how many of you are in here today. I went through a year of knocking on doors, and I wrote a piece because I discovered I could write that the Tech Press published saying, where is the UK's digital strategy? And then they started to phone me back. It was really strange. And it was totally unexpected. I think you need to build resources that explain in practical and clear ways the value. Take what we've got, drop me an email and we can give you more. But things like, and I don't know your name, we were talking earlier about case studies. Things like case studies that prove the point. That statistic, if I can show you that 20% of the digital economy is based on open source, and much as I would like us to focus away from the economics, it's what government want to see, it's what politicians want you to talk about. I shouldn't really say this, but I'm going to. So we're trying to build something that will be announced in September that I'm not meant to be talking about, called an APPG, an all-party parliamentary group. And they're meant to be politically agnostic groups which the politicians engage with. And I'm partway through getting enough members of parliament from different parties to engage to allow us to do one. On the I am allowed to talk about this, but on the 19th of September, we are going to have an event in London called Infrastructure, Curation and Security. And we're hoping to have senior level politicians at that. We'll have a lot of panels and speakers looking at things like OSPOs and open source governance, looking at what security means from a technical perspective, what it means from a policy perspective. This curation piece and the stewards that I've been talking about, we're going to start the conversation about those. And the goal is that next spring we will have a big conference in London. So we all have to pray for Omicron and other variants not to happen, quiet or noisy, and that we can get together as much as possible in London. If anybody wants to go to that, I can't promise that I will be able to cover your travel, but I will get you free tickets if you're stuck to get into it. And the idea is that we bring as many people from around the world together to talk about these issues that our governments are facing. Because right now what you see is that the UK has its strategies. You see the US taking real leadership in the White House. I mean, what they did was really impressive on the S-bomb piece. And that focus on supply chain is really required. I was speaking to Kate Stewart from SPDX, who also did a talk for us. And Kate got a survey that shows something like 71 or 76% of US organizations now use S-bombs. We asked the question in our report, 21%. So it shows you, I mean, it's not hard and fast. I can't say it's a 50% difference, but there's clearly a difference between having a potential regulation and not. And being able to show things like that to politicians, to government, that's what makes the difference. That's what persuades them. Money's obviously number one for them, but particularly in the economy we're in, right? There's no point in pretending it's not the case. But sort of working collaboratively, come to the sessions that we do every couple of months, and meet the others in your space that are doing it. We use data from a chap called Avi Press at a company called SCARF. And one of the data points in my 9 key points about open source in the UK is the second one at the top. Now, Avi's company have started in January to look at how many downloads are happening in the UK. He didn't do the UK separately before, and it was sort of somebody obviously said, oh, Brexit, split them out. So in 5.5 months, we can show 11.9 million downloads of open source software packages. I suspect that by next year he'll have that more together, but I'm sure he'll share that data for other places. If you want it in a more granular way, you need to talk to SCARF about it. But there'll be multiple companies doing these kinds of things that we need to start engaging with, and we need to start collaborating and sharing that data, because it's the only way that we're going to have impact and influence. So to go back to your specific question is, what would I do? One, I would start to be a nuisance and keep pushing people. I'm very resilient. I don't take anything personally, well, mostly. And I just keep going back and back and back and back and back and inviting and inviting and inviting until you wear them down. Secondly, I would start to write or find somebody who can write. And once you start to write, they'll start to ask you for quotes in the press. If somebody asks you for a press quote, you drop everything else and you give them the press quote. You do it first thing. So I often get them overnight, and I'm an early bird these days, so I get up and I've written them before anybody else has gone to work. So then we get the kind of press stats I showed you, purely down to being somebody who they can rely on to turn it around quickly. Not because I'm any smarter than anybody else. And that kind of thing makes a big difference. Be accessible, take the time to explain things. I think with the people we work with in the public sector, I spend a lot of time going through some of the stuff I've explained to you because they're really smart and they're really engaged and they're really interested, but a lot of them don't have a background in tech or they don't have a background in business even. So trying to help them understand the implications of the laws and why we need better laws that encourage open, or why we need not just a policy but a playbook that technically will show people how to do it. And for the stuff we've got, everything is Creative Commons, so take our stuff. You know, it's not perfect, and if you've got feedback that we can improve it on, please give us it. Sorry. Open source is a movement, isn't it? It's a socio-political movement already. It's what I always say to the people who want to build code that has shared or public source but doesn't meet with the open source definition, is go and build your own movement, because it takes years, it takes energy, it takes money, and it takes time. We've got that. We just need to coordinate. And we need to make sure that we're all sharing and reusing our tools that we create within countries. That's why we're trying to set this thing up next spring to bring people together. But, you know, go and do others. But it's not an exclusive basis. The more that's done, the better. Any more questions? Yes.
Well, my experience with these public-private partnerships is how you end up with things like the military-industrial complex. And so my serious question is, how do you develop that expertise in-house? Why do I need a vendor to come in
Yeah.
and help me develop that?
Yeah.
And for God's sake, what do vendors know about accountable political or government
Yeah.
functions that the government should perform? I don't see the private sector giving a shit about that.
I think the private sector sees a lot of money in this.
You bet.
So I think the private sector, to quote you, sir, gives a shit. I also think that building those skills in-house is really important, and that's part of what we can all help with. Sorry, I said I think that building those skills in-house is definitely important. I think it's something we should be doing. And one of the things that we tried to show in our stats, in the survey we did, is that when you look about the benefits of open source beyond money, skills development is really high up there. And I suspect the US, like the UK, will show that skills development and technology is critical and that they're way behind and that they haven't got enough of it and they need more of it. So being able to demonstrate that the open source communities bring more of that helps.
So I'm going to pause here. We're at time, and I wanted to make
One
sure
more?
well, I was going to say this. You're not going anywhere.
Okay.
But I did want to make sure, because I have no idea if the stream is actually going to cut off in an hour, that we give Amanda a round of applause. I certainly learned a lot, and I'm not taking her away. You're welcome to continue to ask questions. Please do. I just wanted to also say that we do have some, specifically around voting, we do have some other talks later on today. They're going to be speaking to open source voting. There's actually 2 open source voting talks later on today. But I also wanted, because I know some people I see are looking at their watches and wanting to get out.
Yeah, don't feel you have to stay. I'm not going to be offended.
Anyway,
Talk.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, any questions?
Give him a minute to go and see who wants to stay, and then we can all... It's really hot in here, right? Or is that just because I'm...
You're under the lights.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't want to be argumentative.
No, you can be argumentative, don't worry about it, I don't mind.
Well, I mean, I've worked in the public sector and watched where, and what you see is that the expertise developed by these other guys, and they start to become more influential, and their interest, whether they're smashing the shit or how you want to describe it, their interest is to make sure that they maintain that expertise. So, and it's not to say that you don't like it. It's pretty Yeah. Do you want to speak with the head mic or you want to speak with the hand mic?
I think I take the hand mic. I'm more into that. Okay. Yeah. I've got a laptop with an AC in my arm.
So let's, it should work then, but let's just check to make sure everything's all good. I'm Mark, by the way. Hello. 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 Sorry, I was just doing a mic check. I didn't mean for everybody to calm down. They're like, we still have 5 more minutes before it all gets going. Yeah. No, school's not in session. I'm sorry. I mean, I could see you, so I don't know, like, what you want from me on that one. Like, unless you got a cloak of invisibility you're going to whip out. Like, there's not much I can... No, I've got a Bluetooth scanner, so anybody who's got their phones on when they walked in, I'm just, just keeping track of stuff. RFID scanner, too, for all your driver's licenses. Ha-ha! What are you... You're from Montana. You got the sheet of paper, the sheet of paper driver's license. There you go. I think it was Montana or Wyoming for the longest time. Literally, here's your sheet. Like, it's just a typed piece of paper. Like, you can drive. Like, cool. Well, nobody's gonna replicate that. There's not a 12-year-old running around with one of those sheets of paper while they drive their tractor down the freeway. I mean, we all have goals. We all have goals. So, are you...
My laptop's fine in the display. I've got a second display.
So this is connected. So it should be coming into this HDMI.
Yeah.
And this works?
Yeah, I mean, this is finding it. This is saying Screen 2, Sumo Graphics Corporation.
I got it to work on mine when I did mirroring.
You just did mirroring?
Yeah.
It should just show up otherwise?
That's what I did. If it doesn't work, like, now is a good time for me to run to the AV desk if I have to.
I'll just try mirroring and see what happens. No, mirroring's not doing it either. So it's like
All right, tell you guys what. I have to go run to the AV office and figure out why this is showing up instead of his. I'm going to let Axel, who is giving this talk about fighting the surveillance technologies in our cities and lives, as he says. I'm going to let him get started, and hopefully we can get all the slides set up. So I apologize in advance for what I hope is not about to happen. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Hi, everybody. Thanks a lot for coming. Thanks for going to the talk. Yeah, it's really nice to see so many faces. I've just come all the way from London. This is mostly going to be a talk about what's happening in France, because I was born and raised in Paris, and I have been part of an organization based in France, which was created about 15 years ago, called La Quadrature du Net, a very English-friendly name. It was modeled loosely after the EFF, so that's a bit of a starting point. So it's a bit harder without the slides. I'm going to just give a brief intro, I guess. So the talk we're calling it Technopolis, which is a bit of a weird name, but a fun name. The play on words there is a bit about like metropolises, and then the Technopolis, which is supposed to be like the technology-centered metropolis. And this is really a lot of what we're seeing is like, let's make the city more technological. Let's make it, smart. Let's make it safe. And when that started happening, we realized there was a lot of parallels with what was happening in the digital space. So that's how we got interested in that, because, yay, excellent. All right, cool. Thank you very much. So, yeah, so Technopolis. Now I've lost my train of thought, of course. So La Quadrature du Net is an organization founded in 2008, and we were basically doing a lot of stuff in the digital space. So we don't like calling them digital rights, because then there's nothing digital about the rights. They're exactly the same rights as in, the away from keyboard world, It's just that we specialize in trying to defend them in the digital space. But yeah, so fundamental rights in digital space, and we started seeing all this stuff happening in the cities. Thanks, Mark. This is great. And for a long time, we couldn't, like, it seemed just out of our reach to do that. But as time went by, we just felt the need. We had to extend what we were doing because it just became harder and harder to just avoid it. And we took bigger and bigger space in the French activism and sort of policy space. So as I was saying, sort of a play on word on the metropolis and the technopolis. And the beginning of this campaign, so it's 2017, down in the south of France in sunny Marseille. One of our members lives down there, and one of our co-founders, and he starts seeing this thing show up, this thing called the Big Data Observatory of Public Tranquility, which is not at all ominous for a start. And so, yeah, it says down there, like, you know, a technological platform of data management to better anticipate risk. So it's all this sort of very corporate, you know, empty speak of saying we're going to use all this data, but never really quite explaining why. One sec. Can I get my notes on this thing too? Wow, it's like it does everything. And so yeah, so as we started looking at this and paying attention, we saw that this was popping up in really random places. Like you would expect maybe it to show up in Paris, in Brussels, in Marseille, in Lyon, like the big French and Belgian cities. But no, we were seeing it sort of all over the place, like really, like lots of little towns that we'd never necessarily heard of. And so we saw these safe cities proliferate everywhere. This is actually a screenshot I took of the tool this morning, and I'll go more into the tools in a sec. But so, like each of these dots is actually a live link that you can click and go see about what's being deployed in each city. So I've clicked on Paris because it's probably the most obvious thing to click here. But you've got a variety of different projects going on here. So there's predictive policing. There are drones. There's also like sound sensors, microphones in the streets, so bugging the streets literally. And what we tend to call automatic video surveillance, which is a bit of a catch-all term that describes facial recognition, gait recognition, pattern recognition, like is a person standing, loitering supposedly? Are they lying down? That sounds like a dangerous homeless person. That sort of stuff. So we started like basically making note of all these projects and documenting. And over time we realized that there was like just more and more of them and more like random small towns, even villages that had maybe a couple thousand people, and it didn't really make sense. Like why would you want to set up like, expensive video surveillance in a sort of small town where there's very little crime, and definitely not the sort of stuff that would require, you know, high-tech facial recognition video surveillance. And of course, we saw it spread not only in France, but you know, in Europe, and we've had it here too in the States. So, you know, there's a EU regulation in Europe that is sort of covering this. There's been a lot of predictive policing in the US. In China, there's the well-known social credit system, which is actually a bit more subtle than it's made to be. There's a great presentation at a Chaos Communication Congress event from a few years back. It might be 31C3, I can't quite remember, but about like say the subtleties of that, which is I can only recommend. Even that, I mean, in Australia too. And so really, this was sort of the worrying step of seeing just more and more of this stuff. And just as a side note, I'm not going to go here into all the systemic bias that happens with all of this predictive policing and facial recognition, and how it fails, you know, generally to either see people of color or you know, to recognize like the intrinsic biases that are built into these systems. I'm not even going to go into that, and that's a whole other part that deserves probably a whole other talk. This is not specifically what our campaign has been focusing on. We've been more interested in like the links of where this comes from and who is trying to build these markets. But obviously this is a huge part, and in no way do I want to sort of diminish that aspect. It's just there's enough here to be to be shocked and in awe without even going into that aspect, which is saying a lot. Just going to grab a little thing that I had notes on. I just remembered. Yeah, and so what's the next one? Yeah, so we saw, this is one of the things that really struck us quite early on, it felt like we were seeing some tech and some technology, some strategies that had been tested in the online world start to sort of creep into the real world, the physical world, because the online world is real, but start to creep. And basically we were now seeing like more surveillance technologies had been tested online that were trying to be replicated in the real world and stuff like that. And this is also when we realized that there had been urban activists for a long time trying to like make cities more livable and more amenable to sort of just real life rather than just, you know, a consumerism, for instance. And for us, we've been on the sort of digital side of trying, you know, to sort of fight for rights online, try to fight surveillance, try and fight censorship, try and, you know, make the internet, keep it open, keep it, you know, keep it friendly, sort of thing. And we realized that this was only going to work if these two crowds started talking to each other. Like we were not going to be able to defeat this or to have any impact if we didn't get the digital activists and the urban activists to come together and to start working together. And this is something that had happened in the early 90s in Europe, at least. I don't know elsewhere, but and so the idea was to try and start building that back up. And the way to do it, and the way we know how to do things, is to run a campaign and use open source tools and try and be a toolbox, which is something like SCaLE did a lot in the early days when we started. Early days to us, 2008. So we would put a lot of stuff out there for people to use and reuse. And so we thought we'd do the same here. And so that was the point of the whole campaign. We thought we'll create this toolbox, we'll make it available, we'll start try to raise awareness about these issues and try and, you know, connect all these dots of all these tiny places, setting up surveillance, and try and get the media to get interested and people to get interested and give them ways to work together. So I'm going to go briefly through the different tools we've got, not to spend too long on each of them. A lot of them are quite obvious, some of them are a little less, but they all work relatively well in the overall campaign, and it's been, you know, there's been some success and there's been some. I'll also go into some of the more direct actions and successes we had at the end. So yeah, basically we got a website. Nothing very fancy here, but it's a good way for people to sort of have a first starting point and to see, you know, what the campaign does, and to put a lot of sort of media friendly material out there. We also have a forum, which is, I think, a NodeBB. The point here is to be able to, once people are a bit more interested and they actually want to take part and they want to do something, the first step they can do is create an account and just start figuring out, is there something happening in their city, in their town? Are there other people working on it? Are there things they should be aware from a local municipality that's not too far from theirs, and they'd like to see what's happening? I was at Hope last week, and there was a really interesting talk about Minneapolis and how they defeated facial recognition in Minneapolis and got it banned at the municipal level. And this is exactly the sort of thing we're trying to do on the French level here, which is like give people who are trying to do that on a local level in their city and their municipality the tools to do that. One difference is that in the States, from what I understand, local politics are very different. And so the way it works in Minneapolis might not work in Chicago, might not work in San Francisco. So that's complicated. In France, we are lucky in that way that it's a bit more, we can replicate it a bit more. The local laws, the local rules basically are the same. So you don't get vastly different ways of doing things, which helps a lot. So it's easier, it's a bit easier for people to take inspiration from what their neighbors are doing, for instance. We've got a shared document database, which is not as active as it has been, but it's still a useful tool. It's an instance of UASI, and we use it to basically organize and share documents that people might find handy. So a forum is really not great for that, because you'll easily get stuff lost and you have to rely on a search function. Here we can do something a bit nicer, which is we can start like organizing them, saying, you know, making them searchable, having an actual database of stuff, and that database is full of like FOIA requests and like instruction manuals for some of this video surveillance and facial recognition whenever we can get it. And there's a way we can get it sometimes, which is leaks. So we'll get into that in a sec. But also it's just, you know, like jurisprudence, activism toolkits. Maybe, you know, here's how you can do a FOIA request if you've never done all of this guide. You know, you'll usually get good results. And if you don't, here's how to go to the next step and sort of force the courts, well, ask the courts to force release of a document, that sort of stuff. So nothing that anybody else hasn't done, but it's just, the idea is just to put it all in a place that makes it easy for people to use it. We also have another tool, which is the good old name and shame technique. So a lot of these tools, the surveillance tools, are sold by given companies that stand to make a profit by selling them. So we have a list of these companies, and actually on the right you can see there's a graph that tries to tie together the different companies and how they relate to each other, how they work together, who is a supplier of whom, and all that. So that's just a page on the website, but it's quite interesting. It sort of shows how the overall space sort of tries to document at least how the overall space interacts and functions. There are other people making another list. That's what that second line there says. Like, here's another list of companies making these sorts of tools. So we're not the only people doing this, obviously, and that's something I think is important to say. It's like it's part of an overall movement to try and get this to function. For leaking, we've got a secure drop instance. So that allows, we haven't had huge success yet. So if anyone is in a position to be a whistleblower and leak more documents, please leak more documents. We need to know more about how these technologies function or claim to function, because that's a huge part of it also. They really are very obscure, and we don't necessarily know how they really work. We mostly know they don't work very well, but we don't always have the technical data to prove it. So that's another thing. So people who either work on the municipal side, government side, and who are doing the tenders, or people who are on the other side in companies, or are invited to go in and leak documents on the secure drop. So I covered this a little bit before, but FOIA requests, they're in and of themselves, they are a really interesting tool. They're one of the only relatively reliable ways we have of documenting this and understanding. A lot of the time there should be a tender, but the tender's not properly done, or they will only release documents if really forced by a court. So in France we have a mechanism similar to FOIA, which makes it possible to release documents. And so this is how we've been able to get a lot of information about some of the different projects. Sometimes you just make a small request for something and they make a mistake and they send you back too much data. And then you can start digging into that and finding more and more information, and sometimes wild claims about things that we know technically are not possible, or like promises to local governments for things that are unlikely or just even really not desirable and would not look good in a PR campaign. So the messaging in some of these documents is not at all geared towards the greater public, which can be really interesting from our perspective, because then we can say, look, they're saying this on one hand, but they're actually selling this to the governments, to the local governments. There is a clear discrepancy. This is what they're really trying to achieve. A lot of this technology, of course, is sold under the guise of like making streets safer, but it doesn't do that much for that. I mean, from what we know, it's like this is quite a common finding in studies about video surveillance, but it doesn't actually prevent crime, it just moves it somewhere else. So this is a lot of time why these cities are using it. It's just so whatever happens in their walls moves away and goes somewhere else. So not really solving any of the issues. Another tool I really like is mapping. So a big shout out to the OpenStreetMap community, which is always a great community to work with. And people have taken on adding some of the surveillance mechanisms directly on maps. So that's a great way of representing stuff. I was hearing at Hope there used to be a map like 15 or 20 years ago in New York that would plot a way for you to get to point A from point B without being on video surveillance, and they had to stop because it was no longer possible to go from anywhere to anywhere without being on video camera. So like they just gave up on that tool. But beyond sort of the usefulness as a way of evading security, or not security, but surveillance, sorry, which has now reached its limits, it is still useful as a symbolic and visual representation of surveillance. When you start putting all the cameras on a map, or even the other things like microphones, when they start putting those out there, you start realizing just how many there are. I live in London, and there's just so much video surveillance. even I have become, desensitized to it. And I can't believe I would, because I was really sort of quite annoyed by it at first. But we just get used to it so much that it's really useful to every now and then stop and take stock of how much there is versus how little it actually does, and how much it costs at the expense of other things, because that's always the thing. Budgets are not unlimited, so you're always choosing that against something else. So yeah, these maps, while they won't actually stop anything, they are useful to represent and for people to take a visual representation of what's happening. Now, some of the things that this campaign has done, which I'm really fond of, which has been a bit different from our usual campaigns, is we've done a lot more sort of boots on the ground stuff. So here is a really interesting action that happened in early 2020, I think, maybe late 2019. We discovered that they wanted to put a gates that would use facial recognition at the entrance of high schools as a sort of pilot experimental program, but they hadn't really informed kids. So I'm going to just go back a few to show you what it looks like. So this here, we played a little game, and we put this picture on Twitter, and we asked people to guess what it was. And you wouldn't really know, but these are actually facial recognition enabled gates to a school. And so that was quite shocking. And we went to the school, and we actually wrote a little pamphlet, which you can see there, a little flyer, and we basically told the students, are you aware of this? Do you know that they're trying to put facial recognition on the gates to the school? And a lot of the students, of course, were not. They had not been properly informed. So consent was another thing that was completely out of the question, because it was supposed to be an experiment, a laboratory thing, so no real reason to inform anybody. You can just sort of give it a try and see how it works out. And so yeah, we were sort of trying to tell the students, they're trying to get you to accept this and, not say anything about it and just go with it. And of course, quite a few of them were outraged. And so we took that to the French Data Protection Office, which is called the CNIL, and we were able to get them to ban it, to say, no, you can't experiment like this on students, this is just too much. So that was one of the things that was a success. But basically, yeah, doing more direct on-the-ground action, which is not something that was so much in our DNA initially, being a very online organization, and actually going to visit these places and visit these people, basically the people directly affected. And this is something I realized I forgot to say earlier, but a lot of the time, these projects are started out in areas where people have less time, less energy, less money to fight them. So they are usually deployed first in poor neighborhoods and very much target poor people first, and use that as a way, as a sort of foot in the door strategy to say, well, look, it was okay here, nobody complained, of course, and so now it's fine to sort of creep it up a bit and take it to other neighborhoods until eventually you get it all over the city. And this strategy is really disheartening. It's really quite disgusting, because it really is by design. Like, you target poor people first. And I was saying earlier, this idea of also like body pattern recognition, like detecting people who are standing too long or lying down. They're not doing that in the nice neighborhoods and, detecting who is having a good time and, having a drink. They're literally hunting for homeless people or for people who just are hanging out outside because maybe they have less money and they don't have the means to go and entertain themselves by, by spending money all day. So this is something that happens a lot, and this is sort of, I think, where the connection with the urban activists comes back fully, because it's really important to sort of take in consideration those aspects. Otherwise, you're just going to miss part of the strategy on the other side and part of how you should react to it. And also very much, if you want to give people the means to be able to act against these things, then you have to know who's affected first, and you have to sort of understand their context and not sort of, parachute yourself in their lives and say, this is horrible, let us tell you why. Like, they know, they understand. They just, sometimes they just need a bit of support to be able to take things into their own hands. And you don't necessarily need tons and tons of people to act against these things. A small core group of very motivated people can make a difference. So here's something that I discovered earlier, I hadn't seen before, which I think is really interesting from my perspective. So that's a graffiti that was done, not by us, but that reuses one of the slogans from the campaign, which it basically says, it's in French, but it basically says, please report yourself in case it's a suspicious behavior. Like, we don't, nobody, just play your part and just do it directly. And so that's, and the whole campaign has a lot of that very sarcastic tone. It's pretty much all in French because it's geared to the French crowd, but there's a lot more messages like that. If there's more than 3 of you, please, please immediately separate and go to your own ways and stuff like that. And so that was done like just outside a train station, so that the classic French-looking train station for anybody who's a train spotter. And this is maybe one of the most unusual parts of this campaign, I guess. So you've seen some of the style, the graphic style. It's quite striking and quite unique, and that was thanks to our graphic designer and sort of art director, she really came up with this stuff. And so we've actually had enough people be interested in this very sort of strange object, which is both the actual surveillance, which is in itself very weird, like small villages or towns having sort of video cameras with enabled with facial recognition or pattern recognition, and the campaign that fights it, which is also highly specific but affects a lot of people in a very direct way. And so we've had several exhibitions that have taken some of this stuff from the campaign and made an exhibit out of it, which then serves again to sort of propagate the message and get more people to understand that this is happening and that this is really out there. It's not theoretical. It's not like in the near future maybe the police will use facial recognition. No, they do in France. They already do over 1,500 times a day from what we know. So this is a great way of raising awareness, but in a slightly different way. There are a lot of people who can be interested in these issues, but who, unlike me and maybe like you, are not going to be that interested in a message that basically tells them, here's a political problem, here's the political solution, let's do it. Like, that works with me. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's interesting. I've been, doing activism for 15 years, so I get it. But a lot of people, that's not how they approach things. And so, this is another way of reaching out to people that is really interesting. So I don't know how easy it is to replicate this one, because it's quite specific, but it does show that if you've got some interesting artwork that goes with your campaign, it can become like at a second degree a tool again, which is something I found very cool. Right, so that's basically most of the tools we've been using. I don't think I've missed any. Maybe there's some obvious stuff like emailing and social media and stuff like that, which is, I mean, all campaigns use that, so not sure it's really worth going into much. And also, we've been an organization now for a while, so we have media connections. So we know some journalists, which makes it easier to sort of reach out and say, this is what we're working on. So that's also something that is a tool, obviously, but is a bit of a different one because you can't really replicate it that easily. So the campaign's been going on since September 2019, I think. So we're reaching almost 3 years of campaign. And so what have we been able to do? So this slide is a bit messy, a bit all over the place, but that's sort of the idea. So in the good things that happened, so there's a city in the east of France called Saint-Etienne. They'd started an experiment to bug the streets and put microphones. So I think that one was a bit too much for everyone, even for people who were generally in favor of surveillance. And so we were able to take that again to the CNIL, and the CNIL said, no, you can't do that sort of experiment. Like, people can't consent. This is just a no. So that got stopped. That was good. The one I was mentioning just before, the high school entry gates in the south east of France near Marseille, that also got banned in those 2 schools. We had a whole song and dance with the Paris police. They thought it was a fun idea to fly drones over demonstrators without any legal context that enabled them to do that. They just decided, well, we're the police, so if we're the police, what we do is legal, so, screw it, let's just do it. So they just started flying drones over the city during demonstrations, which, beyond the fact that it's illegal and unethical, is also dangerous because drones can fall and hurt people. So it was wrong on a bunch of levels. So we took them to court, and the court said, yeah, of course it is illegal. There's no law that enables the police to fly drones. You must stop flying drones. And so the police went ahead and kept flying drones because they're the police. So what are you going to do? Call the cops? So they just kept on flying drones. So we went back to court and said, this is not being applied. You need to apply this. The police are still flying drones. So we had a back and forth like that. And after I think the third time they got convicted, they got like an actual obligation, not like it's illegal, stop doing it, but like if you keep doing it, there are going to be consequences. So they stopped. And then the French government bailed them out by pushing a law through parliament that said, oh, well, we'll just change the law. If the law doesn't give them the right to fly drones, we'll just change the law. So a little skirmish went back and forth. So now currently they are again allowed to fly drones because the law has changed, even though it was deemed illegal, I think 3, maybe 4 times. I can't remember exactly. So that's a little fun skirmish, and there'll be more in the future because maybe if we get a different political majority in the future, that law will be reverted, and then we'll be back to having the drones flying over the demonstrators be illegal. And this is an interesting example also in that it shows that these sort of fights, if you look at them in a binary way or in a sort of a warlike way, you can be very, you can easily get depressed that it's not working. Like we went to court 4 times, we won 4 times, and the police is still literally spying on demonstrators and trying to recognize people and, you know, sort of put them in databases through drones. So that's quite depressing, but also this does not happen on a short amount of time. Like this is a medium to long haul affair. We're going to have to keep going. We're going to keep going. And the more people are aware of this and the more politically toxic and radioactive sort of this blanket surveillance of the population when they just exercise basic civil rights like demonstrating or like, you know, walking in the street, the more that becomes, you know, unacceptable to engage in that sort of surveillance, the harder these laws are going to be to keep on the books. So while this is not really positive right now, I think the fact that we've had several victories shows that also, you know, things do go sometimes in the right direction, and the symbolic cost to the opponent when basically they're the police, they expect to be able to do whatever they want. And now all of a sudden, here's this ragtag group of, you know, random citizens and lawyers and techies who are just saying, no, you can't do this, and we're going to take you to court, and who win? And so that's a huge blow for them because they really don't expect that in the first place. And the prefect who was in charge of this whole, the Paris police, has just been fired very recently under following another affair. Well, officially he resigned, but you know his time had come. And I'll cover that in a sec. But it was the Euro final at the stadium in France that you might have heard of, which was a whole debacle. The next one I really like, Orléans is a city in the west of France. So they are also trying, apparently they didn't see the writing on the wall, so they're trying to do street microphones again, so to bug the streets. So we attacked, and we said, you know, you can't do this. Again, you can't do it. We just saw, I think it was yesterday or this week, the brief that the company that does this, that builds these things, sent back in defense to say why it wasn't a problem. And the line is, I'll have to read it to you because it's just so creepy and so weird. So this company called Sensivic are saying that they don't capture sounds, but they perceive vibrations of the air. Wait. It's, the next bit is even like, I don't even know. Please tell me if you understand the next bit. One mustn't confuse a sound as a physical order of magnitude, air pressure variation, and the message that humans can transmit using sound as a mechanism, speech. Yeah. So, I mean, this is my own translation, but I think it's quite close. It just, yeah, so they're not capturing sounds. They're just perceiving vibrations of the air. Sure. Yeah, it's like, it's almost self-satire. So I don't know if they realize when those people write that they might end up, you know, in a room with other interested parties. But sometimes, like, the PR writes itself. Like, do you realize what you're actually saying? You're really taking us for idiots and fools. So I don't know how that's going to go. That's ongoing. The Marseille case that started, so the Big Data Observatory, blah, 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 from 2017, that case is still going on. It hasn't concluded yet. So who knows how that's going to go, but that's one of the next bits. And then elsewhere, we've obviously followed what happens in the US with interest, because that sort of is an interesting parallel to what's going on in Europe. And there's been some success in the US. I think San Francisco, Boston, Portland, and Minneapolis that I was mentioning earlier have all banned facial recognition. So it is possible to get results at the local level. As I was saying, French politics, the French political system and the US political system are different. So while some cities here can actually ban and have like strong control over what happens locally and in the municipal area, I think in France it's less the case. We need more of a national law, or using our favorite trick, but doesn't work all the time, a European law that then supersedes French law. That's a great thing to do at the European level. So we are, of course, in contact with our European peers, lots of other organizations in Europe, like people like Bits of Freedom or Open Rights Group, or like there's lots of other organizations that are really doing good work in Europe. I'm forgetting half of them, so if they listen, sorry folks, we love you. There's a lot of work to be done. So ideally, we'll eventually get something at the European level to rein this in, and this is what the Reclaim Your Face campaign has been trying to do. But we'll get. I mean, I'll mention that a bit later on. But yeah, this is sort of the state of current legal and future legal actions. And so I'll go in 1 second to the future actions. That'll be sort of almost the last bit of the talk. But first, I just wanted to cover sort of, after all we've said about all this stuff, like, why is this happening? I think this might be one of the most interesting aspects of the whole thing. Like, why are they doing this? Why do we see this, like, a small town, 2,500 people, not that much crime, like, all of a sudden engaging, and the mayor being hell-bent on buying these really expensive contracts, and full of, like, opacity, like, you don't even really know how it works. The reports are all really messy and all that. Why are they doing this? Like, on the face of it, it doesn't make sense. So this is something that's, I find, possibly the most interesting aspect of the whole thing. We've realized, so basically, I'll go through a bit, but basically it's crap and it's undesirable. Like, personally, I don't want a system that, detects homeless, and then for, activists and, people who have, like, some decency to then think, oh, well, then we're going to have to build them special tents to avoid algorithmic surveillance. Like, you could do that, but what I want is that money to go to shelters. Like, just, that's, all this money is going to these expensive contracts, and there are all these other things you can do to end homelessness, to fight poverty. Some cities in Europe have really worked hard on ending homelessness. I've read that Oslo had great success. I don't think they're doing it by, adding facial recognition to cameras. Like, the cameras don't step down from the wall and prevent crime or help people. They don't. And there was at one point a message in France. We saw someone was trying to argue in favor. I think it was a politician, local politician, saying, oh, well, imagine this case where this old person suffering from Alzheimer gets lost in a crowd. Well, with good facial recognition and pattern matching, you could have the camera detect that and automatically send someone to find them and help them go back home. Look at how helpful and humane this technology is. It's like it's this great combination of technology and humanity. And if you pull on that thread a bit and you deconstruct, it's like, well, what does that really say? It says that when we're all going to work or going to get a coffee or going to meet some friends, we no longer need to worry about this poor old person who looks really lost, because don't worry, the system will take care of it. The machine will take care of it. It's no longer your responsibility. I don't find that a desirable society. I'd rather a society where, you stop, you talk to the person, you realize they're lost, you send a text to your boss or you send a text to your friend saying, sorry, I'm going to be 45 minutes late. I have to help this person. And people go, yeah, of course you do. We'll see you in a bit. No problem. This is much more desirable. And these obsession with sort of putting technology as a sort of foolproof solution, which doesn't actually work, is really worrying. So it's undesirable. It's unreliable. Facial recognition has really matured. So facial recognition in and of itself works relatively well. I mean, you can use it on your phone to unlock and stuff like that. But overall, the results of the tech, this actual sort of surveillance tech, they're very shoddy and opaque, and they never really provide proper data that is that you can reproduce and you can take independently and sort of look at. So it's really a case of like, it works, just trust us. We're not going to show you how. You're going to have to trust us, and then buy the expensive contract. It's expensive. Like it literally costs millions, this sort of stuff. But a recent report, and we're finally starting to see reports like this, a recent report from the French general accountant, like the national accountant, concluded that about 2% of cases that are solved involve cameras. So the investment compared to what you get out of it is absolutely ridiculous. Like so much of this money could be better invested elsewhere. So 2% of cases, that's tiny. I remember reading, it was about 12 years ago, Scotland Yard, New Scotland Yard in the UK, had released data that 1 case in 1,000 that was solved involved camera surveillance, CCTV. So these numbers are tragically low. Like even you go from 1 in 1,000 to 2 in 100, That's still very, very low compared to the investments. But the worst bit is that it's on purpose. Like, they know it's unreliable and they know it's expensive. It doesn't really matter. And that's, I think, the heart of it, is that this is not about solving the problems. Like, the problems are poorly defined on purpose and they're not well resolved by these technologies. That's not the point. The point is to create a market for these technology companies to have something to sell. So by pressuring local governments to say, oh, look, this other city here, they're buying this. Why are you not buying it? Do you not care about the safety of your citizens? They can create a market and they can actually build it up. And then France is all too happy, the government is really quite happy to sort of push for its local champions of technology to be able to sort of sell more stuff internally. So France is a great exporter of weapons, like military weapons in the world. I think it's the third or fourth biggest one. And we've not been that good on the sort of digital weapons front. So now we've got this little cottage industry which is, ballooning up. And they're all too happy to sort of help it, build by creating a local market. I was meeting with someone from Restore the Fourth. So I think they're an organization based in the States that specialize in sort of the Fourth Amendment. And that's what they were calling security grifting. So basically pretending that, you're going to sell, an actual security solution which does very little. It's greenwashing too. A lot of the time we haven't really gone into that much, but it's all about like how this is going to help optimize the city's transit or stuff like that. And usually it's completely overblown in relationship to what it can do and what you need to do that. You can count cars with a simple wire put on the ground. You don't need, need car recognition software on cameras. And it's going to be more expensive and less reliable. And at the end of the day, it's just techno-solutionism, which is just like putting your faith in technology rather than trying to solve problems politically, socially, just in other ways. Just assuming that the technological solution is going to be the superior one, beyond it, just like as out of principle. And one last thing you can see here on the left, for those of you who don't speak French, which I'm going to assume is quite a few of you, it says video surveillance plus tracking plus artificial intelligence equals total surveillance. So that's obviously a sort of blunt messaging for the campaign. But it's what I sort of started looking at as the dystopian triangle. It's the idea that, this works, and it works in France. Really, people assume in France we have no facial recognition. And what happens is that basically the police will stop you maybe for an identity check or something like that, or to check your car. And they will run you against a database that is central, and they will use their phone to take a picture of you, and the facial recognition will be done back at the station. And so we've got these three things that keep playing together, which have been growing at separate speeds over time, but are now sort of all converging, which is databases. I was talking earlier about the data protection officer in France, organization, authority, DPA, Data Protection Authority, which is the CNIL. It was literally created in '78. It was called the Freedom and Computer Authority. So it was about databases, and there was a real concern at that point in time in France that everybody would be put in a database, and we should have an independent national authority that could overlook that and oversee it. And they've not really succeeded in doing that over time because the databases are everywhere now. And I'm talking not about the nice kinds like, MariaDB that we just use for other projects, but, really like citizen database and stuff like that. And so we've had the tracking the database of people. Video surveillance has been growing, and now we've got the third side of the triangle that is really sort of being added on top to that, which is all this sort of artificial intelligence and pattern recognition and facial recognition, all that. And that really creates something that's quite hard to escape. And the reality is that now in France, there's about like 1,600 facial recognition by the cop per day. So it's really a system that is out there they're using, and they're using it no matter whether you're, the fact that you're innocent or not has absolutely no bearing in this equation. They just run it on everybody at this point. So that's pretty stark state of play. But so let's talk a bit about the next steps. So the big one is two big ones. The Olympics. That's going to be the next big sort of experiment in the surveillance tech. Both the government and the private sector have been very upfront about it in saying that they're going to experiment, they're going to do new things. So that's something we're definitely going to be concerned about. And we know that like for a lot of Olympics, they're going to pass specific laws to give specific rights to the police, to the national, to the regional authority, and all that. This happens pretty much in every Olympics. I think it might be even a request / a mandate from the an obligation from the Olympic Council. So that's one of the things that's happening, and the other half of that is, again, we're seeing the whole techno-solutionist bend coming back in full swing, with people throwing their faith into these technological tools, these surveillance tools, because they've lost the capacity to do crowd control and crowd management and sort of social organization in other ways. I was mentioning early on briefly the Champions League debacle at the Stade de France. So I'll go over that in a sec, because I don't know how much it made the US news. It made the news in the UK, but because it involved Liverpool football team, which is a big team. It was the final of the European League of Champions, so basically the best club, the best football club in all the countries in Europe, went into and they had the final, which was Madrid versus Liverpool, I think. And the Stade de France, just outside Paris, is one of the biggest stadiums in Europe. I think it holds 80,000 people. So they had the final there. And instead of having proper crowd management, letting people through, understanding how streams of people work, making sure people don't get blockaded, people don't get stuck, it was a complete shit show. There's no other word. They started using tear gas. They started beating people. Well, I don't know how much they beat people. There was some beating, but it was a lot of tear gas against people who had legitimate tickets, who were just trying to get into the match. And the match was late. It started like 2 hours late. Weirdly, while the whole area is blanketed with video surveillance, there was an accident, and they deleted by accident the video surveillance data that would have been able to show how the police operated on the field and what decisions were actually made and were enacted on the actual field. So we know that the French police has lost a lot of its capacity to de-escalate situations, unlike other of their European peers. They've spent a lot of time they've just become objectively more and more violent over the years. And so that probably explains why they're putting so much faith in these tools, because they've actually lost the social know-how to just manage crowds. And so now they're thinking, well, we don't need to know this. We can just use these tools, and these tools will just solve it for us, which is, again, like the only word that really describes that well is techno-solutionism. And one last thing, which is a bit more positive, is we're starting a class action, a group action in France, against the Ministry of the Interior, because after 3 years of documenting all these things, we decided it might be time to actually sort of take this more generally to court and try and get more direct results. In 2019, we had a campaign that basically took Amazon, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, am I forgetting one? No, yeah, the 5 of them, to court about their business model, and basically saying that they couldn't just, spy on people. I'm simplifying, but basically they couldn't just spy on people and make money from that. And so that was quite a success. That led to some fines for Amazon and some fines for Google. Some quite large fines. I think it was like several million for Google. I can't remember the numbers exactly. And so we're trying to do the same thing. A lot of people signed up for the first one. A lot, depending on how you look at it. We had, I think, over 5,000 people, maybe 10,000 people sign up. So that was quite good. And so now is probably the time to be able to do another campaign of that kind. So we're trying to use also the campaign as a way to get people to understand that this is happening right now, which is, again, a lot of the message. Yeah, and so that's essentially what I wanted to talk to you about. There's some links here. So the first one is just a general campaign website. The next one is our class action, group action. Reclaim Your Face is the European campaign that is run by our friends at EDRI, which is European Digital Rights. And La Croix sur Net is the name of the organization I'm part of. So yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks all for coming. Yeah, if you've got any questions, I see someone here has some, so we'll just. Yeah, of course. I mean, this is. Yeah. So yeah. So the question is, what are we doing about mobile phones and how they are literal tracking devices? Well, the answer is, in this campaign, nothing, because this campaign is dedicated to another aspect of the issue. Obviously, this plays into a larger problem in society, but I think, it's such a huge thing to attack frontally, and while we all want to do something about it, there's only so much you can do to not dilute your energy and dilute the message. So this campaign is very much about, here's what's happening in terms of surveillance of the cities, here's how it's being sold as smart, safe cities, here's really why it's a grift, and it's just about market building and, and controlling our lives and making the public space less public and more privatized. So we're trying to, as I was saying earlier, we're not even talking about the bias in this technology, which is a huge aspect. Like predictive policing, which just has like inherent racial bias, is just like incredible and horrible. So we're trying to keep this quite specific so that people get what we're talking about right here. And I think a lot of people will also get interested in further aspects, probably including the phone. I would expect those conversations just emerge. Sorry. Yeah.
So, thank you first of all for sharing your experience in France. So during pandemic, in the beginning especially, I actually made a travel to China, and that was a very interesting experience because over there, obviously, they have deployed video surveillance on the citizens at scale, right? They have this whole idea with social credit system, and that can, if you have a bad social credit score, it will bar you from getting on a train and stuff like that. So I'm just curious, just kind of pick your brain, like for people that live in totalitarian states like China or maybe other countries, are there tools or things that they can use to help them?
Right. So the question is, following a trip to like early COVID China, where video surveillance is everywhere and this sort of technology has been deployed at scale, what can you do in totalitarian places to fight back against this, or what tools you have at your disposal? It's a really hard question, because one of the tools we have is basically public campaigning. I mean, we can do that in the safety. The worst we're going to get is some pressure, but we're not at risk in any personal way when we do this in France, for sure. We're not, France is thankfully not there yet. So what can you actually do? So one thing we don't really talk about in this campaign is the pragmatic actions you can take on your own level. Like, what operating system are you running on your phone? Can you use like special clothing or haircuts or facial, makeup to sort of fight back against that? We, as a group of people and as a campaign, like as a group of people, we love that sort of stuff. Like it's cyberpunk. It's cyberpunk. Sorry. It's really fun. It's really hacker. It's the sort of stuff we really like. But we don't talk about it as a campaign because they're individual solutions and they don't scale, and a lot of people can't use them. So what's really hard about your question is that you're talking about a system where there is surveillance at scale, and the only tools I can think of right now are individual tools that don't scale. So I don't really know how to solve that, and that is one of the worrying aspects. I mean, basically, the only strong strategy we know that has worked in the past is making things politically radioactive. So when you can turn something from something that's obvious politically to something that everybody agrees, or enough people agree is problematic, then you can muddy the waters and people can start really thinking, oh, no, this is not as simple as that. When they tried to do so this was back in 2009, they tried to pass a 3-strike law. Like if you download stuff online 3 times, then they will shut down your internet access, which had a whole lot of problems in terms of like it was completely unconstitutional regarding French law. And presumption of innocence, but like that we were able to defeat that because politically it sort of died in the water, even though the law did pass. Politically, it wasn't worth it anymore, and that's why we sort of won that one. But to replicate that in China, you'd need to get like a sort of a groundswell and a grassroots movement, and I don't know how you'd organize that. So sorry, that's not a very positive answer, but sorry. Yeah, yellow. Right. Okay. Yeah. So the question is like, as you ride your motorcycle back from Mexico, you can see the sort of facial recognition. Well, these cameras that do license plate recognition, facial recognition, and they're not in cities. And this talk is mostly about what happens in cities and towns. And so how do we try and address that? Or what can we do? And should we fight at the city level first? The reason why the city scale of this campaign makes sense in that people are good at fighting what is directly affecting them. So that's one of the reasons why it's so hard for people to care about, like, online surveillance for ad purposes and then for social control, because they don't really feel like it affects them. Like, once you start seeing loads of creepy ads, people are like, oh, this is weird. But until that happens, most people they're like, oh yeah, well, I know it's a bit of a problem, but they don't really care. But when you start seeing it in your daily life, like you see the cameras, or you start, seeing more people arrested maybe that they should be or just demonstrations broken up in weird ways, people react more to that. So that can sort of become a collection of local movements, can become a regional movement, that can become a national movement. In the case of purely federal stuff that happens like really outside of cities, I don't know, maybe you could sort of try and find a thread between people that unites, like, bikers and truckers and, I don't know, like, other people who travel a lot, who might all start coming together as a group and say, well, we're road users. We like the open road, and this is sort of destroying the spirit of the open road. And so, here are our arguments against it. This is why we're starting this campaign, keep the open roads open sort of thing, or keep the open roads free, I don't know. But you can start messaging around a group of people that have a common approach, common interest maybe, or just, you can start trying to build a coalition of different people, which is always hard. Coalitions are really brittle and they're hard to maintain over time, but they can also be really powerful at moments in time. So if you can, build a coalition maybe with, different road users that can sense there's a problem, but maybe haven't had time to either have the conversations or have the arguments or still think that some of the counter arguments are convincing. Like, by having those conversations, you can start building potentially a group of people who agree, and then can start, I don't know who you'd actually talk to. I don't know if the federal government would even listen, but you could still start a campaign, possibly. And obviously I'm going to tell you start a campaign, but yeah, in the back. Right. So the question is, like, from an American perspective, or just in general, how does GDPR affect all of this? So GDPR has a few. So GDPR does. So GDPR is a General Data Protection Regulation. It's a European regulation, which means it's a law that was. So in this way, the European Union functions a little bit like the federal government, in that it has the power to enact legal texts, that will then directly apply to all the member states. So, so the regulation is a text that the European Commission and the European Parliament made happen, and that now applies all over Europe, and it even goes beyond, because it applies to anybody that provides a service to European people, European citizens, or people living in Europe. So it's really wide-ranging, and it's a very privacy-oriented text. It does a lot to sort of curtail and limit the data you can collect on people. But crucially, it also has a bunch of exceptions that make it possible to still collect data. And I'm really not an expert of the GDPR, but there is this idea of legitimate interest. So, like, if for instance, like a basic example, if you want somebody to be, if somebody leaves you their number to be called back, you are allowed to keep their number, because otherwise you can't call them back. So something very basic like that, like you have a legitimate interest in keeping the phone number. I hope my lawyer friends are not going to be disgusted by my example. But so usually they will invoke like public safety or stuff like that as a form of legitimate interest on the local government level. So there are ways to weasel around it. I don't think it's an angle we've specifically used so far. So I wouldn't want to go much further than that, but the exceptions are probably what they're using. Do we have enough time for another question? 7 minutes, cool. Yes, here. Right. So the question is, we've talked a lot about like facial recognition and surveillance in cities. What about IoT devices and how they can be used either directly or indirectly, like creatively, to spy on people? So I mean, a bit of the same answer as before. Like the campaign talks about this so far because it's what we identified, and it's also the energy and the means we have. I mean, La Voiture, is like 7 full-time people, 6 right now, I think. So with one of them only working full-time on this campaign and a bunch of volunteers. So yeah, sure. I mean, we'd love to do more stuff about IoT. We just need, a bigger budget, more people, more volunteers, more everything. So in a way, it also makes sense to let other people run other campaigns if they can. What are our opinions on it? I think we're all quite concerned literally about what you're talking, and how you can creatively reuse a lot of IoT stuff to turn it into surveillance networks and meshes. Like just in supermarkets or, in commercial areas, you get Bluetooth beacons that can basically track you around. And that was a big thing that we had in Europe also, the COVID apps. They were a big thing in Europe when they were trying to sort of, use an app that will enable you to sort of know if you've been in contact with somebody who potentially has COVID. And the thing is, with a mesh of Bluetooth beacons, like in a commercial zone, they can track you, and that the app could literally spy. So there's definitely concern there, and we've talked a bit about it, not necessarily directly in this campaign, more as part of La Voiture in general. So in the more sort of, we do a lot of like one-shot stuff. When we see something that is problematic, we'll maybe do a press release and, a bit of media about it. But it is, again, like, we need more specialists on the issue. It's each one of these things is a rabbit hole. So it's like, how many people do you have to go into different rabbit holes? It's a bit of the issue, but yeah. That's great. Sorry, there's someone in the back who's been sort of holding up their hands for quite a while. Yeah, well, you could. It doesn't scale, but you could. That's always the problem. It's like, if we could create a groundswell movement where everybody starts carrying high beam lasers and burning out, various fans, I think we'd already be at the point where politically this stuff is toxic and a lot of people would just drop it. Like a lot of the local administrations and councils and municipalities, if the population was against it that much, they were willing to go burn out the lenses with high beam lasers, would be in a different political setting, and so it wouldn't be worth. They would be putting their political career on the line just by putting more of it. They would be gaining probably politically by saying, I'm going to be the candidate that reins in video surveillance because it's not useful and it's a waste of taxpayer money. So, like it's again, it's a fun thing, it's a fun solution, but like it won't. I don't see it scaling up with like thousands and thousands of people in France and the UK and in the US sort of doing that. But it could also it could be useful, for instance, for your own neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, there's a German campaign called Cam Over where they were ripping off cameras off walls. If you want to look that up. Yeah, sorry, the person behind. Yeah. But you can do that. Yeah.
So two things on that. One is if you want to do cash, there is a law that was about to be passed in the California State Assembly in 2020 that did not make it out of committee, that was going to make it illegal to have cashless businesses. And that law, because it did not pass, there are actually several businesses in Los Angeles that are cashless. And you must pay with a credit card. So if you want that, you have to talk to your representative.
Yeah. In blue in the back. Yeah. Excellent. Right. So the question is, and I'm going to try to repeat it without getting it wrong. You're part of a group that like has used a lot of data and it has access to data and shows what the LAPD, where they do, like where they stop people, and you're going to be basically in office or close to office in 4 months. And so, what can you do pragmatically once you're in that position to change, to do good and change things? One thing I think I would request is documentation that proves how useful this stuff is. Like that is actually work. Show us data and show us that can be independently audited and replicated. And if it doesn't work, then your shit doesn't work. And so why would we keep buying it? And so that's because once these contracts start rolling over and over, a lot of the time they just keep going, because if you stop them, you're basically saying, oh, well, why are you removing locks from the doors? You're making us less safe. And the thing is, like, this is not a lock on a door. It's somebody like drawing a weird symbol, and then every year you pay more and more for them to come and draw the symbol again. It doesn't do anything. It never did anything. So if you can get actual data that proves that, then it becomes a conversation about what they do, where the money goes versus where the money could go. And if you can play it in terms of, we're putting all this money into surveillance tech that doesn't do actually anything, fights the wrong problem, and we could be putting it in this sort of stuff that is much more useful socially and would create safer areas for everybody, which supposedly is the goal. That's probably quite a strong thing to do if you're in a position to request those studies and those numbers. Thanks a lot for coming.
And so those who do want to go on to their next talk, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'll be outside if more people want to chat.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the third talk today in the open government track. This is a slight different because the last few talks we've seen have been about opening a municipal government or a state government or a federal government, and this is going to be open governance of open source projects rather than necessarily some sort of legal framework or municipal framework, but how to run your how to do things. So, with that having been said, I'm going to pass it off to Josh, who is knows a lot about this space and is here to educate us about his plans.
Thank you very much. So welcome everybody. I'm Josh Burkus. I'm one of the maintainers for the Electo project, which you'll be hearing about later on. I have been an election officer for both Kubernetes and Knative projects. I'm on the Open Source Initiatives Election Tools Committee because we keep switching around how we do elections. And a long time ago in my history, I was actually an election reform lobbyist here in California, which will also become relevant later on. And if you want to tweet this, that's me. So if you're in here, hopefully one of these describes you, right? Either you're involved with an open source project, you're some kind of a community manager or OSPO person, you're in general and interested in governance and elections in general. What this talk is not about, as you mentioned here, is I am not going to talk about any kind of solution for public elections. Although some of the lessons learned will apply to public elections. Okay, hold on. I'm going to see if I can actually get my headset because I'm going to be typing later on. So let's see if we can get the headset on here. Yeah. That would be live. And let's get this a little bit away from my face. Okay. Is that good? Awesome. Okay. So this is not going to be about public elections, although some of the lessons learned are applicable to designing public election systems as well. So one of your questions is, so I know some of the people are here from the open source project side. Is anybody here from the sort of open government side? Or is everybody here an open source project person? Yeah, kind of, okay. So if you're an open source project person, you know that some open source projects have elections, right? A lot of the bigger projects have elections. We have elections in Kubernetes, elections in Knative, Fedora has elections, Debian has elections. A lot of open source projects have elections for certain offices within the project. This can be for a steering committee, for a project leader, for a technical oversight committee, for a lot of other things where there's going to be a limited number of people who are going to actually have the authority to do something. They want to make it democratic. And if your open source project is part of an open source foundation, that foundation is definitely going to have elections. And this includes foundations like SPI, the GNOME Foundation, Python Foundation, OpenStack. All of these have elections. And so they need to actually run those elections. And for that matter, this is such a common thing that within Tag Contributor Strategy, which is a committee I sit on in the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, we even devised a generic template for steering committee elections for an open source project. And by the way, at the end of these slides, the slides are public and online, and at the end of the slides, there's a whole page full of links. So if you need the links, you can go ahead and look at my slides online, and then you can actually click on them. But even a template, because it's such a commonplace thing to do. So if we're looking at, hey, we're going to have an election in an open source project, what makes elections in an open source project possibly different from other kinds of elections? And there's a set of a few characteristics. We define this. They can share this with their elections, but we actually sort of look at those. Open source project elections are going to be online and public, at least publicly viewable. Secret ballot, voter authentication, archival records, and preference voting. Let's go over all of these. So first thing is, we have this sort of interesting combination of things where, because we have people spread out all over the world in our project, and we can't feasibly make them physically come together in order to participate in the election actually needs to be on a public website. But at the same time, we want to restrict voting to legitimate members of the project for however we've defined legitimate members for the project. Sometimes that'll be a certain number of contributions per year. Sometimes that will be some other nomination system. Sometimes that will be, having your name in certain files or whatever. But there's going to be something of, this is how you're entitled to a ballot, and not everybody in the world is, even though everybody in the world can actually see the election happening. Now, there's a couple of ways to handle this, a few ways to handle this. One of those that people kind of tried early on was to just have a standalone application where people registered through the application. Problem was that wasn't really a good solution because it's 100% disconnected from why somebody is legitimately a voter in the first place. And it ends up requiring them to maintain an ID in a completely separate system that's unrelated to the system. They have to have an ID in order to contribute to the project. So the standalone app method wasn't really good. And so what we've ended up with is two different systems that get used in different online voting systems. One of those is email, and the other one is OAuth. So a lot of open source projects are email heavy and email centric, particularly older projects, right? Linux kernel, PostgreSQL, Debian, Fedora tend to be kind of highly email centric. And as a result, it makes a lot of sense for them to do some form of email back authentication for the voting system, because to be entitled to vote, you have to be on a mailing list in the first place, and therefore your membership in that mailing list is a good way to define whether or not you can vote. Now, the problem with that is if you've ever, how many people have had to send out mass emails to large numbers of people? Right, what's your percentage of like bounces or people not receiving the email? It's a major issue in email back systems everywhere. And when it's important that each person, when they're getting their ballot by email, it's kind of a critical fail if it goes into their spam box and they can't find it. OAuth is the alternative to that, and OAuth just means, for anybody who doesn't do web dev, OAuth simply means doing authentication against an external system that has an authentication API where the person has some more robust login. And sometimes that OAuth is going to be something belonging to the project, like the Fedora ID authentication. And sometimes it's going to be something external, like GitHub. And where I see this mostly is actually GitHub-heavy projects, and they use the GitHub OAuth to do this. And that's nice because somebody else is maintaining the machinery of identity. But the drawback to that is that you need this external provider, and you have to sort of maintain code that's compatible with the external provider. And obviously, it has to be an external provider that's appropriate for your project, right? So for Kubernetes, where everybody has to have a login on GitHub to contribute, it makes sense for us to use GitHub OAuth ID. But if your project didn't have anything like that, then this would be problematic. So then the second thing that we need, obviously, is secret ballot. And some people may say, well, it's open source. It's all open. Why can't we all vote in the open? Well, here's the problem. If I'm voting on an open source project, chances are I am friends with every single person who is running. And therefore, I cannot allow them to see who I voted for and who I didn't vote for. And that's true like across the people who are going to be voting in the project. And so we really do need to have some kind of secret ballot. But here's the problem. We're having secret ballot in an election that is being held on a public website. And may be backed by a public source code repository. So how do we do that? And particularly we have another problem, right, which is usually the people who are administering the voting system are going to be contributors themselves who are also voters. And therefore they need to not be able to see how other people are voting, even though they may have direct access to, say, the database backing the voting system. Well, this is why we have cryptography. And I'm not talking about blockchain here, right? Just forget that entirely. No, I'm talking about just classic secret key cryptography. Nothing particularly special. And by encrypting the connections between voters and ballots using a passkey supplied by the user, we can have public or semi-public systems that nevertheless have secret ballots, because you cannot figure who voted for what without either getting a complete copy of the database and doing a whole bunch of number crunching. That's obviously, an option, particularly if it's a very small pool of voters, or by having the voters' individual passkey that they came up with. I can actually flip over and you can see this. So, oh, it's not. Hold on. Sorry. So this is the Electo system, which is one of the systems we'll be exploring. But you can see right here is that rather than having a normal foreign key link in the database, we have the voter ID, which is in instantiation from user and election. And we have the voter ID, and they have a ballot ID that's actually an encrypted string, an encrypted bit key that is made from encrypting the link to their ballot with their passkey. No, that's not what I want. And then if you actually see the ballot, this links to UUIDs in the ballot. And that way, even though, like, say, I'm an election officer, actually I'm not. I finally managed to get off of being an election officer. But even though I was an election officer last year for the 2021 Kubernetes Steering Committee elections, even though I had direct access to the database, I still can't tell who's voting for what. And you also use UUIDs here, so there's no ordering. So, and then one of the other things that I mentioned here might be a surprise to some people, which is preference voting. So we need to talk about preference voting a little bit and why it works better for open source projects. So first, let's go over what is preference voting. So regular elections, like what we're used to in the United States for most elections in most places, is what are called plurality or first past the post elections. And that means everybody votes for a candidate. And whoever the top voters are, even if they were elected by a minority of voters, win. And one of the things that we've noticed is a problem with plurality elections is it actually gives an advantage to a candidate who has a dedicated minority of the voters over a candidate who is generally liked by a majority of the voters, which then tends to promote extremism among your candidates, because it's more important to maintain that dedicated minority following than to be generally acceptable. A preference election has you actually in some way rank the candidates in how each candidate you would prefer to each other candidate. And that tends to result in candidates who are more generally acceptable winning over candidates who are more liked by a dedicated group. So let me actually give you a story of why this is something you actually want for your open source project elections. How many people here know what software in the public interest is? So software in the public interest is a 501c3 nonprofit, so charitable nonprofit, which hosts financial resources for a bunch of projects, primarily among them Debian. It's also the legal backing for Debian as well. For the other projects to host, it just hosts financial resources for them. And it's been doing this for a long time. And back in 2006, we were having a political and operational problem with SPI, which was that we had an extreme candidate who was interested in being very disruptive and making political points using his board position on the SPI. And since the SPI's job was really to be the legal and financial backing for open source projects, we actually honestly needed to be as stable and as low key as possible. You want a bunch of boring people on that board because their job is to, like, not land anybody in court. And this person didn't care about that. And the problem is that because he took these extreme positions, he actually had a dedicated popularity among about a quarter of the followers, particularly people in the Debian project. And so, as long as we were doing plurality voting, even though the other 3/4 of the voters really disliked him, he was always on the board. Because having 25% of the people vote for him was sufficient to keep him on the board. So in 2006, we switched over to preference voting. And as a result, voters were able to rank not only who they liked the best for the board, but also who they liked the least, which makes a difference. And suddenly, we ended up with a board where the people who were the most generally acceptable were the ones who got elected to the board, and the people who caused people to hate them, as well as causing some people to like them, ended up off the board. So, I think you can see why this is a good thing for open source projects, particularly for elected positions in open source projects where you're really looking for people who are good stewards rather than people who are necessarily inspirational. So there's two different kinds of preference selection types. One of them is called instant runoff voting. There's a subset of that called single transferable vote. There's a variety of different permutations on this. The other one is called ranked choice voting. And I'll go over both of those. For instant runoff voting, the idea is that you pick a first, second, and maybe third choice.
What about 10 or 100?
Nobody tends to do that. If they want 10 or 100, they tend to go over to ranked choice. So it's generally first, second, third. Sometimes I've seen fourth on some things, but it's rare for instant runoff voting to work together with choosing everybody, but not unheard of, because that's how we did the last election in OSI, actually, was instant runoff, but we chose everybody. But usually it's first, second, and third choice.
The last Democratic convention had 10 or maybe
Yeah?
more candidates, and really somebody could have put that up and just done it to tell the world what's going on.
Yeah. And then IRV, then any kind of instant runoff works through a series of eliminations. And so this is actually a snapshot from the last OSI election, but I can actually show it to you in a lot more detail. And so what happens is you gradually eliminate. Instant runoff algorithms work a variety of ways. This one was actually what's called Scottish IRV. And so with Scottish IRV, first you look for any candidates who already have above a majority threshold of votes. And then anything that they have over that majority are called excess votes, and those get redistributed. And if that pushes anybody over the majority, they're also one of the candidates. And if not, then you eliminate the person who got the lowest preference, and redistribute their votes and keep going from there. Scottish is one of the more complicated systems for IRV. Most of the time, you just take the lowest vote getter, redistribute their votes, then keep going up until you've narrowed it down to the number of candidates that you have. So if somebody has the lowest number of first place votes, then you eliminate them from the list of candidates, and you look at what their second place votes are. And you take those second place votes and you redistribute those to the other candidates. And then you recalculate who's first, second, third, etc. Yes?
How do you prevent people from exploiting it, such as like people collaborating to put their second choice to be somebody that they like as opposed to somebody like to collaborate to disadvantage another candidate?
In what way?
So for example, if you all decided to rank if a group of people decided to rank a particular candidate low, that could, in theory, disadvantage them over
Yeah.
it being more evenly distributed, like an elimination plus protocol, for example.
How is that any different from a group of people deciding to vote for a particular person in a plurality election? I was going to say, that's called voting and that's called campaigning, basically. The one way that political parties have hacked ranked choice voting is if it's only 1, 2, 3 ranked choice voting, we're only ranking, say, the first 3 candidates, they'll stuff the ballot with a bunch of likely-looking extra candidates in order to prevent the candidates they don't want to win from grabbing those number 2 and number 3 spots.
That's why 3 is not enough. That's why you need 100 or 100.
Yep. Now, ranked choice is a little bit different because, first of all, in ranked choice, you're expected to rank or, for some systems, give no position to every single candidate on the ballot. So if there's 5 candidates in the ballot, you do 5. If there's 12 candidates in the ballot, you number them 1 to 12. Depending on the system, you can have some of them have no position. You can have some of them do a tie. Some systems allow this, some don't. But then one of your problems is you say, hey, this is a complicated DAG graph thing of everybody's going to have a different list of the order they prefer them in. How do I compare all these to decide who is the most preferred candidate? And the answer there actually comes to us from the 18th century, the Marquis de Condorcet. So this free thinker, Enlightenment thinker in the 18th century was actually thinking about how do we improve elections to get the most preferred candidate. And he came up with a set of mathematical algorithms to evaluate whether or not the first most preferred candidate was chosen. And we still use these algorithms today. Like, literally nobody has been able to improve on this dude's work in terms of the verification portion of this. And so the Condorcet algorithms are basically our test for test-driven development for designing Condorcet-compliant voting systems. And this is something that confuses people because they say it's a Condorcet election. And saying something like a Condorcet election is saying something like it's an IETF certified network protocol, right? As in, the Condorcet portion is actually the certification that the election produces the correct result given the correct inputs. The actual code can be a whole bunch of different things. And so what you see are documented is Condorcet methods, and the Condorcet methods are the actual practical algorithms that can be rendered as code in order to produce a Condorcet outcome. Most of these use pairwise preference comparisons. Some also do DAG evaluation, where it says, hey, if I prefer candidate B to candidate C and candidate C to candidate A, it actually matters the complete chain of those. Other ones don't. They just compare individual pairs. You can actually see this. So, for example, this is one of the ways of implementing this is something called a beat matrix, which is you create a 2-dimensional matrix of which candidate was preferred to which other candidate in numbers, right? And so, for example, in here, candidate A was preferred to candidate B by 38 more people than preferred candidate B to candidate A. And this is a little bit easier to picture. And again, this is this 2006 SPI election as a graphical diagram. So you can actually see right here, which is, and I was running in this election, which is why I picked it out. But like that 17 more people preferred Neil McGovern to Michael Schultes than the other way around. And that's how you decide, and you add those mathematically together, you calculate the matrix, and then you decide who won on that basis. There are other mathematical things that can go in there if you're actually writing the code. So let's talk a little bit, having given us our requirements, let's talk a little bit about election software that's available, which is part of this, right? Because there is stuff out there, and there are actually multiple choices now, which is really nice. Because for a long time, there was only one choice, which is the first one that I'm going to actually go over. So there's some extra steps we want to look at when we're evaluating election software for our open source projects or similar or open source foundations or similar organizations, right? One is hosting options, as in who's going to host the software. One is which kinds of voting tally they support, because some organizations already have pre-decided, hey, we do our elections by Scottish IRV or by the Condorcet min-max method or something, and therefore they need voting software that supports that particular kind of tally. And then the third is which authentication options they support, because there's a lot of differentiation there. Now, for hosting, our basic options here are self-hosted, which probably means that it's going to be open source software that you run and host yourself. Second is free hosting that you don't host yourself, that someone else hosts. And then third is paid hosting that someone else hosts. And there's trade-offs there. It's all available to people, and I'll show it to you. And so on that basis, we're going to go forms, which I think kind of exemplify what's out there. And these are actually the 4 most popular platforms that I know of, at least within the space of doing elections for open source projects. So our first one here is CIVS. And CIVS stands for Condorcet Internet Voting System. It was probably the first practical and widely used Condorcet election system in the internet age. It was actually developed at Cornell University more as a demo that Condorcet elections, now that we all had computers, Condorcet elections were not a theoretical thing, but could actually be a practical possibility. It's been around since 2003. And there's still an instance of it hosted at Cornell University that is available for you to use for free. So free hosting at Cornell University, you can use anytime, or code is available on GitHub. You can actually run it and self-host if you want to have your own instance. It supports at least like 8 or 9 different known Condorcet methods, including something called proportional Condorcet, where you do a really complicated set of matrices where different groups of votes get calculated in their own matrices, and then those matrices get compared. It's complicated. There's a lot of math. I've never had a reason to use proportional Condorcet, but there are people who do, and CIVS is the only one I know that offers that as an option. All of CIVS' only authentication option is email authentication versus emailed tokens. So advantages, disadvantages of using CIVS. One is it's already been localized to 5 different languages, so that gives you different options for doing it. Disadvantage, it's really old code if you're doing self-hosting. It's an early Perl 5 version. I think it's like Perl 5.4 or 5.5. So you might have difficulty running it, and certainly might have difficulty hacking it if you need to make changes. If you're using the publicly hosted thing, it's being run as a best effort service by Cornell University, so they have not dealt with things like not getting, they're blacklisted on several blacklists because people have abused the service to send spam to people, etc. And as a result, they will have a very high degree of non-receipt of the emails for voter tokens. I will tell you, having run several elections on CIVS, if you are an election administrator, a good 40 to 60% of your time will be dealing with email problems. So, say you don't want to use CIVS for those reasons, for email things. What are other options? Well, there's Helios. Now, Helios was created by a bunch of open election geeks who are specifically focusing on the issue of end-to-end encryption and verifiability for online elections. They were really thinking about building this for public elections. And they wanted to say that, hey, it is possible to make public elections that happen over the web secure. And that's where they put all of their effort into it. It's available. You can either run their code yourself, self-hosted. It's a Django JavaScript application that you can run on your own. Or they have an instance of it that they run for free, and you can use that to run elections. Again, they're running it for free. There's no paid staff. It's best effort. Sometimes it goes down, but you don't pay for it. You don't have to figure out how to host it. Now, one problem that rules out Helios for me personally is that it does not have support for any preference elections. It is strictly first past the post elections. So if you are not, in fact, doing preference elections, then Helios is a good option for you. If you are, it's not. There are a number of issues open that show how complicated it would be to add preference election capabilities to Helios. There are a couple of forks of it that have preference elections sort of half implemented. The actual project would welcome that. They're just not going to do the work themselves. So, Helios won't work for you. Civs won't work for you for other reasons. What else do you have in there? Well, there's actually a whole set of proprietary elections apps that are available on a pay-per-election or subscription basis, several of which are actually pretty good. The probably most popular one about that, partly because it's the most reasonably priced, is OpaVote. Now, OpaVote is a closed-source voting system, and it was created. So I mentioned that a number of years ago, I was a lobbyist in Sacramento for verifiable elections, which is how we got paper trail on the computer voting machines, is because of that lobbying. Well, one of the other lobbyists who was there with me went off and decided to develop a voting, use all of their computer engineering stuff that they did as part of the lobbying, and deploy this voting company and make a little bit of money off of it so that they could actually credibly maintain it, and that became OpaVote. Only paid hosting, so there's no open source option or self-hosted option here. You pay per election. They support several Condorcet methods and several IRV methods for elections, and it works through email authentication only. And again, emailed tokens the same way that we had with Civs. Because it is a paid service with staff that maintain it, their spam blocking problem is a lot less than it is for Civs. One of the advantages is because it is a paid service, the documentation and the hosting are relatively high quality. It includes one feature that it has that was unique among the systems I surveyed was automated reminders to send out to all of the voters. And this OpaVote is actually localized in 4 languages. So you have multilingual options there.
What about size capability? Could it handle Los Angeles?
Again, none of these systems are designed for public elections, for public government elections.
Those are the ones we read that are really important.
Yeah, but none of the systems I'm covering today are designed for that scale. There's a bunch of similar ones to OpaVote. The ones that I saw that had good ratings and good reputations were Election Buddy, Election Runner, and Simply Voting. Similar value proposition to OpaVote. Slightly different detailed features, like Election Buddy has really nice design features for your actual voting page, which is not something OpaVote bothers with, but it has fewer voting tally options, and you just figure out those trade-offs. And all of these are either subscription or pay per election. Now, the last one I'm going to talk about is the one that I worked on myself and still work on myself, which is called Electo. And I think we will have time for me to go through a demo of Electo. Yes, we will. So it's Electo. So Electo was a voting system we specifically designed for Kubernetes and a bunch of other cloud-native projects at the Cloud Native Computing Foundation to support their specific election workflow. And their specific election workflow involved being extremely GitOps-centric. I'll explain what that means in a minute. And this is now officially a project of TAG contributor strategy within the CNCF. So major eval points, currently only available through self-hosting. It's a very simple application. There's a container image available. It's a Flask app. Requires a relational database. And you can self-host it. There are no free or paid hosting options that I know of. It's Apache license, so somebody could create one, but they haven't, as far as I know. And the only authentication that it supports is some form of OAuth. The only OAuth that's currently implemented is GitHub. There's a very obvious plugin location if anybody wanted to contribute OAuth authentication to other OAuth providers, but nobody has yet. And actually, the OAuth thing is a hard thing in the project because one of the reasons the project was developed, we were previously using Civs, and so one of the requirements of the Electo project was no email. So we're not going to change that.
What's your definition of OAuth?
OAuth is using external authentication provider through their API. So authenticating against something like GitHub or Google Docs or the Fedora ID or somebody else who provides an authentication API. Now, I mentioned it's GitOps centric. So the idea is that it ties into GitHub or GitLab repository, and instead of using a web UI, all election administration actions are a pull request or a merge against your repository. And the reason why this made sense for these projects is that these projects already have a very sophisticated apparatus for approval and authority for merging code. And so having an election system that uses that means that how they approve elections is not different from how they approve everything else. It's a very young, small project, right? It's only it's a little over a year old at this point. The advantage of that is the super simple and portable code, very easy to host yourself. Disadvantage, obviously, is it's not very sophisticated, doesn't provide a lot of options. One of the features that Electo offers that I realize surveying other things that other places don't offer is none of the other election systems I look at allow you to have an election administration team. So even OPA-Vote, which is otherwise very sophisticated, you're expected to have a single election administrator, which again was a problem for a lot of open source projects where they want to have an election team of like 3 or 5 people so that they have distributed responsibility and avoid questions of bias of the individual election admin. I'm going to actually give you a tour of that one because that's an easy one to tour. This is the Electo interface. So again, like I said, it works via OAuth. So when I'm signing in against GitHub, and I previously authorized with GitHub that this Electo instance, which is just our test instance, is allowed to request my credentials from GitHub. Whoa. Now that's very interesting. Okay, maybe I'm not doing a demo. Yeah. Or maybe it can't actually reach GitHub right now for some reason? Yeah. So, okay, maybe I'm not doing a demo.
You didn't get OAuth, you got 0 auth.
Yeah, I got 0 auth. Yep. 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 Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it's having internet problems. I am on the conference internet, so. Okay, so one of the other ideas of Electo is that these are the elections for your project, and so it stores them all in perpetuity because we want to have a permanent record of the elections. So this is the current election, but we can actually look at all of the elections that we had previously. This is our test instance, so these are a bunch of random elections that we either copied from a real one or generated, as part of our test case. But the one of them that I currently have open right here is the original one that we tested the system which was naming the project, because we had a number of ideas of names for the project. And the way that you actually vote in that, and so we'll show you here Explore Preference Voting here, right, which is like maybe I like Ribamont, and there, and then yeah, but it tries because most people don't intentionally do that. You do that. That's the way that you can do it, because you are actually allowed. We're using the Schulze-Condorcet method, which does allow ties. So you can actually have 2 people who are place number 2, and the calculations will go through it. Yeah. Oh, no, it's, yeah. Let me finish the demo, and then we will field that. Okay. So like I'll do, here's my set of votes, and then And then I have to create a passkey of at least 8 characters. And part of this is that in order to have this actually secret, no one else has that passkey. There's no way for the election administrator to recover it if I decide I want to change my ballot and I've forgotten it. So we go back and it's still open and that sort of thing. Now, if I actually re-enter this, I did not type that correctly. I can actually I apparently didn't type it correctly before. Doe. There we go. And I can actually view that, and if I entered my passphrase again, I could revoke my ballot so that I could either decide not to vote in the election or I could vote again. And again, this was one of our requirements because in a lot of cases, people wanted to vote early in the election to make sure they vote, but then stuff would come out during the election that would cause them to want to change their vote. And if we could technically support that without invalidating voter privacy, we wanted to, and we figured out a way to do it. Yeah. Okay. So now, can't see the results this way, so let us go ahead and do something about seeing the results. Now, I said everything is a pull request, right? So this is actually the definition of the election in the test election repository. So what I want to do here is I actually want to go ahead and end the election so that I can actually do the vote tally, because until I've ended the election, it will not allow me to do the vote tally. And I'm already defined in GitHub as one of the election administrators, which you can see right here. So this pull request will actually go in.
If you had set it to 720 instead of 28, would it then invalidate the ballot?
It does not. It does not. So that's an important thing to keep in mind with changing the start and end things, is it does not actually cancel out ballots by date. Because there are no dates on the ballots. And the reason why there are no dates on the ballots is because we want to make it difficult to snoop via timing attacks. Because that's something somebody could otherwise do over the network. So yes, I can do this because actually my vote was on the 29th, and it's going to be part of the tally. So just an important thing to keep in mind that the system will allow me to change the date to a time in the past, but it's not something you would actually want to do during a real election.
So your admin could see if you during the course of the election, change the date, see it, then change it back.
Well, yeah, all they can see is though the ballots are coming in. They can't even know who's casting those ballots. And that's the important part, right? Is they can't know who's casting those ballots. Yep. So let's go ahead and commit that. And so, yep. And it got picked up pretty quickly. It's watching for the stream of changes from GitHub. So it can sometimes take 10 minutes to pick it up. This time it was just really fast. So since I've actually got this, now this results page is actually manually generated by the admin. So it's not actually the real results page right now. The admin has to manually enter it and actually, and the reason for that is that a lot of projects have rules around how much of the election results they disclose. So this actually gets typed in by the admin. So let's actually look at the real election, right? So we have number of winners, we have 4 voters. You can download the anonymized ballots as a CSV file for archival purposes. And if you have a voting geek in your project who wants to personally verify that the ballot was correct, you can say, here's the CSV, knock yourself out. But let's just have Electo do it for us. And there we have Electo is the Condorcet winner, and these are our rankings. And because we're using, you can get ties, and that's been a problem in the past. And ties happen when you basically have a cycle, right? Voter 1 likes B and then C. Voter 2 likes C and then B. So that is our basic. And it's actually kind of a good tour. Obviously, you can use one of the other systems. Because the other systems involve more options, they're more complicated than Electo is. But that gives you an idea of administering a ranked choice election system. So concluding for this, you can and should have online secret ballot elections for the offices in your project or foundation. Preference elections are preferable. There's both open source and proprietary solutions. There's various often hosting options that are available to you according to what you need. And then we'll go into questions. So, you had a question about ranking. So ask me that question again. Actually, here, wait a minute. Let's get this on tape. Hey, I want to hand him the... Yeah.
Hey. Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah.
So as a ex-Portland native, I'm super stoked about something called star voting, which was developed there. Essentially, it is intended to be a upgrade of like RCV and other IRV-based methods. It's score, then automatic runoff. So the tabulation is super, super simple. With ranked choice, as you alluded to a couple times, it gets kind of hairy, depending on whether you want to do the Scottish version or other versions, and it's tricky to kind of go through the math. You have to have an election geek to look at the CSV to verify.
Yeah.
With star, which is another kind of preference one, you basically do 0 through 5 stars, just like any kind of product rating system out there. Mm-hmm. And it's super simple. The top 2 scoring candidates are go into an instant runoff, and then it goes through every ballot and looks at each person's ballot and says which of those 2 candidates, which ones do you prefer, and that's the winner of the election. I guess my question was, can you include that one too? It's a great ranking.
Okay,
it's a great voting system.
Yeah, I didn't actually look at that's part of a general class called rating-based voting systems.
It's scoring, I think it's
scoring-based. Scoring-based. No, you're right.
Yeah.
It's scoring-based voting systems.
Yeah.
And I didn't include those mostly because I don't know any widely available online software that implements them.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
There's a to that, I guess there's a really interesting Slack plugin called Accord, which has all of them. It has like all kinds of cool ranking and rating and approval and IRV and RCV and etc. It's really good. So steal their code if it's open source.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Cool.
Where does the encryption between that foreign key happen? Does it happen in the browser or on the server?
It happens on the server.
Okay,
and that's
so
actually one of the big
trust
differences
you.
between Electo and Helios. Helios, because solidly trustable voting was basically the sanctity of the voting booth was their primary priority. They do the encryption in the browser. It was just easier for us to do the encryption on the server side, and that wasn't our primary wasn't the primary problem we were trying to solve.
So presumably, like the
Yes,
administration
but
team.
if somebody submitted a patch to Electo that did it on the browser, we would probably accept it as long as it was sufficiently wide support for browsers. I mean, that's one of the problems. You look at the JavaScript code in Helios, and to support sort of a wide array of browsers, it's pages of code.
Speaking of ancient developments, Lewis Carroll wrote a book called The Calculus of Consent quite a few years ago. And his point was that designing this kind of a system can determine the result. Just as in your election that you referred to at the beginning of the process, you changed the voting system to change the result. Is that a fair thing to try to do? That's a philosophical question.
Well, since it's a philosophical question, I can't get a determinative answer. But, in this case, changing the result was a case of the majority, so 7 out of the 9 board members who were elected by the membership voted to make this change. And these are the ones who were elected under the old system. So, it's a question of if you believe that the old system was at least somewhat democratic, then the change is valid because the elected representatives are actually making it.
Well, all of these systems are valid in a sense, that's for sure. But by choosing one, you're prejudicing the result in some way, whether you understand it or not.
Yes, and in this case, we were consciously prejudicing the result.
Yes.
That was the entire intention, and more importantly, it did not trigger a mass walkout of the voters. Right, the majority of the registered voters voted in the following election.
I think this is one of the reasons that some countries have 6,000 amendments to their constitutions, because they keep changing their mind.
Yeah, just to add on to what Dave was saying, when I was a freshman graduate student, I took a course that it was mathematical psychology, and they talked about, among other things, election systems. And I recall from that, if I remember correctly, that someone named Kenneth Arrow got a Nobel Prize for analyzing these things. And essentially, he came up with something which is analogous to the, I'm forgetting the name of the other thing here, but basically he showed that no election system meets all of the requirements. And not only that, it's mathematically impossible to have an election system that meets all of the requirements. So if you look at all the things that are obviously good, you can't get it. It's impossible. So that means you have to choose and just get the best you can find. And that depends on your preferences. And so that's kind of sad. And every once in a while something comes up in mathematics and then people commit suicide because they're really unhappy because the theoretical ideal is impossible. Anyhow, that's the thing. I think he got it may have been in economics or something where the field that gave him the Nobel Prize, but it did happen.
Yeah. And as an example of that, one of the reasons is, so like I'm talking about this in the context of elections for open source projects, and one of the reasons why you see IRV a bunch in actual public political elections, but you never see Condorcet, is you can only really get a bunch of computer geeks to trust complicated code algorithms. They're going to calculate who won, right? Because the actual Condorcet code is a recursive algorithm that operates over the ballots. And I wouldn't even propose that for, say, California elections, simply because I couldn't possibly get the public to trust it, even though I feel like it produces better outcomes than IRV does.
I just had a quick quip about your thing. Yeah, that's Arrow's theorem, which reminds me of like in the tech world, we have the CAP theorem, right? Oh my gosh, my brain just dumped it. It's consistency, availability, and performance.
Partition tolerance.
Yeah,
is the P.
It's like you can't have all three. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
And Arrow's theorem is really similar.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. To add a little bit more to that, in the same course, which surprisingly turned out to be kind of important through my whole life because it affects your mind view, your worldview of things. The other thing has to do with the properties of numbers. The concept of scaling. And so a nominal scale is, boy, girl, apple, banana, whatever. It's just a name. And then there's the ordinal scale, which is just the order, but it doesn't have a zero. You can't, and it's not mathematic, and the operations of mathematics are not really defined on the ordinal scale. And a lot of these systems do require the scaling properties, which allow you to mathematically and sensibly do mathematics and do multiplication and division. If you can't, if your data don't support mathematics and your voting system requires mathematics, then you're making a big mistake in using it. And so for that reason, I kind of prefer the ordinal scaled data because it's pretty clear who came in first, second, or third, like horse race data or track data. some of these other systems, and I haven't looked at this for quite a number of years, like 40, do require the mathematics. Maybe you could comment on the kinds of SCaLE data that are appropriate for these various systems you've outlined. I would appreciate the review, but I think that's a really good reason for using the ordinal data.
Well, yeah, you could talk about a metric space for various things, but I don't know if you want to.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that I actually understand the terms SCaLE data and ordinal data in the way that you're using them.
So the thing is, if you want to know who's ahead of somebody else, you know that. But if somebody is twice as good or 4 times as good as somebody,
yeah,
then that's a scale. Some of these things require. I mean, the next scale up is interval scales, equal intervals.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Okay. Now I get it. Yeah. So.
And then what you really want is a Kelvin scale. You want a scale with an absolute 0. Then you can do all the mathematics.
Yeah, but the Condorcet elections just do who's ahead of who, right?
I'm not sure because I don't recall.
Yeah. No. But I'm saying that's what it is, right? Yeah, it's pairwise comparison. So it's who's ahead of who. What he was talking about in terms of the scoring elections actually is an attempt to look at who is like twice as much as who. Yeah. Which is a different comparison.
So I'm sorry to say we have time for one more question.
Okay.
And afterwards, if you guys have questions, let's ask about this.
Yeah.
Oh. And did you want to have the last one?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to tap into your lobbying chops for a little bit, if I may, Josh.
Okay.
So being on Capitol Hill, you've had to convince various people of the efficacy of these voting systems that are alternatives to first past the post. I myself have tried to do the same thing in speeches, in debates, and I continue to run into the problem that there is a learned helplessness when it comes to systems that aren't one person, one vote. That is a common refrain. I'd like to know what you do, what easy things you say to people to convince them to give these other voting systems a try, because we know they're more effective.
Yeah. Well, so it's a very different. So when I was actually lobbying in Sacramento, I was specifically lobbying for the requirement to have a transparent, auditable paper trail for voting systems. Not promoting IRV or anything. We were also trying to get the folks in Sacramento to buy into having the voting systems be open source, but that was definitely a secondary goal, because this was back in the early aughts when we got the Diebold machines that had no paper trail.
When Deborah something or other was the Secretary of State?
I don't remember who was Secretary of State at the time. And the huge turnaround there, by the way, is the primary people who at the time were lobbying to not have a paper trail was actually the LA Registrar of Voters. And now they're going to be in the talk slide after me talking about how they're open sourcing elections. So
Halfway, it's partially open source.
it is such a 180-degree turnaround. And it's amazing to watch. So I wasn't actually trying to convince those other things. And here's the big challenge you have when you're talking about politicians, right? Is you are talking to people who were elected under the old system. And therefore, they are going to fear a change in the system because they personally might not get elected again. And so you have to come up with some way where it is to their advantage to change the system. Or alternately, you need to build a coalition of people who are about to term out. And say, because if we're talking about public politics, you grab the people who are about to rotate out of Capitol Hill, and if you can put together enough of those, you can often get them to do the right thing, even if it's not personally advantageous. Yeah. And like I said, the example is I wouldn't even try to convince anybody to use Condorcet or scoring-based elections or anything like that in a public election system right now, because they would be afraid of the math, right? Instant runoff voting is something they can understand because you can demonstrate it with a pack of playing cards. which is actually exactly how I would do it, is I would bring a pack of playing cards and demonstrate it, not using a computer at all. For open source projects, it's a little bit different, right? Because in general, in an open source project, you've got a group of engineers, they actually trust the math. And so you just need to show them citations that show that this thing is better, right? It's with open source programmers always, if you can show them the numbers, they will often accept it, even if they haven't actually looked at the code.
Can you, with a deck of cards, do fractional voting? I mean, demonstrate fractional voting, because that's the problem I've had, is that you can explain it to a point, but when you start talking about the fractional voting, second place votes, if you take all the second place votes and you just hand them out randomly to the various people, then there's a random effect. What you really want to do is do it fairly. So what you really want to do is take all the second place votes, which will be to different alternative candidates, and then divide them up into pieces, and then allocate the pieces. And I don't know how to demonstrate that simply with a deck of cards.
So let's put a pin in that conversation for a second. So because we got to transfer. We have the next speakers coming in 30 minutes, and that actually is LA County is going to be to Josh's point.
Yeah.
They are going to be talking about their voting solutions for all people, which is actually what they've been using for the last couple of elections. I've personally helped them design some of the stuff they're doing, so I'm really excited for that talk. So please come back to see that. So let's thank Josh again.
Thank you.
Test. 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 Yep.
Excited to share our experience and journey of revamping the residents of Los Angeles County with you today. My name is Aman Puller, and I'm the Chief Information Officer of Los Angeles County. Welcome. We're excited to share our experience and Welcome. We're excited to share our experience.
today. Thank you all for coming. It's the last talk in the Open Data track today. People are slowly coming in, and hopefully in other parts of the talk will arrive. I wanted to introduce Aman, who is the CIO of Los Angeles County. Los Angeles County Clerk.
Correct.
And Aman and I worked together on the VSAP project, although I have basically just showed up and said, hey, do some things. And what he's going to present today is actually a project near and dear to my heart, I think it's near and dear to all of our hearts. It is how we vote in Los Angeles County. It's an open source package. He's going to give us a lot of details as well as a call to action. So, welcome on.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mark said, my name is Aman Buller. I'm the CIO for Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk. I know that's a big name. Registrar Recorder County Clerk is one of the departments of LA County. And part of what we do is we conduct elections. We provide election services to the constituents of Los Angeles County. So the voting system that Mark was mentioning, I'm going to show you a video that'll lay some foundation of what are we talking about. That'll give you some context because there's a lot that has gone into this project. So let me play the video. It's not too long, hopefully, and followed by a presentation, and then we can have a good, healthy conversation. Here you go. Welcome. We're excited to share our experience and journey of revamping voting experience for the residents of Los Angeles County with you today. My name is Aman Buller, and I'm the Chief Information Officer of Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk.
And I'm Abigail Calderon, and today we're going to discuss our journey of rolling out the Voting Solutions for All People.
The Voting Solutions for All People, or VSAP, is a revolutionary project that changed the way of voting forever. I'm here in the VSAP Operations Center, or VOC, where much of the magic of election preparation happens. This warehouse prepares and holds over 150,000 devices and equipment that are deployed all around the county of Los Angeles in support of an election. As part of the implementation of VSAP model, several fundamental changes were implemented to the way voting was conducted. Part of these changes include the creation of vote centers, which allowed voters to vote at any location throughout the county and replace the assigned one-day voting was also extended to 10 days prior to the election day to provide voters the flexibility to vote on their own terms. In support of these new fundamental changes, the devices housed here in this warehouse were acquired.
Ballot marking devices were custom built by the county to replace the old punch paper ballot system with the new standalone and digital system. These devices enabled users all around the county to cast their votes in up to 19 different languages, as well as accommodated voters with accessibility challenges. Additionally, voters were provided the ability to pre-select their voting options in the comfort of their own home and preload those selections onto any ballot marking device to cast their vote through the interactive sample ballot. Paper rosters were replaced by electronic poll pads, or e-poll books, that allowed voters to vote in any voting location due to real-time access of voter information. These are just some of the amazing technologies housed here in the VOC warehouse and launched as part of the VSAP implementation.
There are additional operations in support of VSAP programs that are outside of the VOC warehouse. These include operations such as Tally, which created a secure, air-gapped network facility to tabulate the voted ballots with new, high-speed scanners, and a new vote-by-mail facility, which processes millions of incoming mail-in ballots before sending the Tally facility for processing. As you can see, there are many components and operations that went into making the VSAP implementation a success. The video we are about to show you provides a wonderful overview of the entire project, the systems, and the work that went into making this project successful. This will help provide some context for the presentations that will be presented later on today. We hope you enjoy.
Good
Thank you so much, Governor. Have a great day.
You too.
You know, people already have a hard time before election day making sure that they get full information, nonpartisan information on the issues, prepare themselves to vote. So on voting day, the last thing you want is for them to feel like they need to overcome all these challenges to submit their ballot, to make their voice heard.
Historically, voting systems have been designed around the regulatory requirements, what the law says about how to deliver elections, but no one had really stopped and looked at voting systems, the actual equipment, the ballot design, and everything around that from the perspective of the voter. What does the voter think? So VSAP flipped that on its edge and said, let's start with that.
For 35 years, voters in LA County used the Votomatic punch card system. In 2003, the stylus was replaced with felt-tip pens, and Ink-A-Vote was how we elected presidents and school boards and decided over 450 propositions. But with every election cycle, it became clear that voting technology had fallen out of step with voters' needs.
You know, in every election, you know something's going to happen, you just don't know what.
Charles Stewart is the co-director of the Caltech MIT Voting Technology Project and provided his expertise to Los Angeles County during the earliest stages of the VSAP initiative.
You have to be agile in this environment because there's new ways either to screw up or there's new ways for people to cast doubt on the outcome.
Research has shown that people care a great deal about elections. They are passionate about candidates and issues on the ballot. But at each step of the process, they are asking themselves, is it worth the effort? Deciding who and what to vote for is just the first hurdle. How and where to vote adds even more obstacles.
Where this started was a desire to create a voting experience, so something more than just technology and systems, but a voting experience that has the ability to measure up to the significance of voting, the fact that in the act of voting that we're doing something very individualized, but it has a cumulative impact.
You know, at the end of the day, we're all voters, and we all face the same challenges. Time, education, access. We all just want to be able to know where we can vote, have it be a place where we feel safe and we can get to relatively quick. And when we walk out, we feel like we trusted the process and we know that our vote has been cast.
The process to design a new voting system began with the Open Design Search. It cast a wide net and collected input from a broad range of experts, designers, and the general public.
So where do we stand today? This is our latest prototype. This is a more sophisticated prototype. It's not fully functional, but it is something that we can take out to voters, walk them through what that voting experience would look like.
We started by really getting to know the voters, the various interest groups, the people who had, ideas about what Los Angeles needed for voting, and then use that to develop a set of principles. I mean, he built this slowly and carefully in a way that so few projects have the luxury of doing, and so few project leaders have the patience to do.
Thanks for coming to vote today. There is a touch screen in front of you and a paper tray to the right. Your ballot is now loading.
The interesting thing about the project, of course, I don't live inside Dean's head, but I know at the beginning Dean was very interested in the user experience.
We literally had people in our first forum when we started this project who I would say were pretty active critics of our operation and critics of the systems that were previously used for voting. We wanted them at the table.
IDEO is a global design company based in the Silicon Valley. It was hired as a design partner to work with the Registrar's Office and the stakeholders' advisory committees to design the concept, look, and feel of this voting system, a modular system that could adapt over time.
Dean is taking a major risk, and the risk isn't like that he's doing something wild and dangerous. The risk is that he's doing something radical to improve a fundamental part of our democratic system. But no one else wants to do that, and especially a system as large as Los Angeles County.
Excuse me, do you have Ink-A-Vote?
If you think about designing for equity in voting, So you think about starting with the people who have been most underserved by the process.
Designing for the voter experience or the customer experience is actually bringing somebody in who has those needs and having them interact with the equipment and realizing that it doesn't matter if it's the right height, if it doesn't feel comfortable for that person, or if it doesn't give them the sense of privacy or the independence that it gives any other voter.
Our number one goal is a private and independent voting experience. Say, like when it says the thing about customized, I couldn't reach that selection.
As the voting rights advocate for Disability Rights California, Gabe Taylor brought a needed perspective to the VSAP project. He remembers an early brainstorming session at IDEO.
You know, people would be chiming in with ideas like, you know, I would want greater sensitivity on the touch screen. I would want larger keys on the keypad. I would want, and as people would suggest different ideas, someone from the IDEO team would just be popping up.
Welcome.
Okay, so we seem to have some technical difficulty, but we can actually go to the presentation. And so the video that I was showing you, it actually showed you the journey of how we created, LA County created a voting system of our own. It took us some time because of the design elements. We were very deliberate, and we wanted to have a design that was inclusive of everyone. And the forefront of our design was the voter, the eventual and the most important user of the system. So again, when we talk of VSAP, voting solutions for all people, it's not necessarily one system. It's actually a group of systems or programs or processes that we created. The first one that we create, that I want to highlight, is a modern tally system. So once the ballots are casted, how do we tabulate those ballots? With the LA County's population, I think our bigger challenge was how do we create a tally system that's accurate and fast? As you can imagine, it's the election day and 8 p.m. Everybody wants to know the immediate trends. Everyone wants to know who's winning or losing. So we had to create a new modern tally system. Another cool thing that we implemented is something called interactive sample ballot, and I'm going to show you some images of interactive sample ballot. The voters of LA County, and I don't know how many of you are voters of LA County, but you're supposed to get a sample ballot. Sample ballot is nothing but it has more information about the candidates, the contests, the measures, the propositions, for and against, all the arguments, so that you can, in your own time, you can study those and make up your mind. We digitized that. We made a public-facing web application called Interactive Sample Ballot. A person would be able to see their contests in the ease of their own home. Another, the forefront of this was ballot marking device. In fact, we have a ballot marking device here today. We have a few individuals from our staff. So if you have any questions, you want to see it, you want to experience the voting experience yourself, it's downstairs. We will be happy to take you there and show you the ballot marking device. We created it ourselves, including the design as well as the manufacturer. Another big concept was early voting. The voting is really no longer limited to a random Tuesday that someone decides. In LA County, we give you options to vote 11 days before that, what is known as official election day. So that was a new concept. Vote centers was another new concept that was introduced. So no longer you have to go to your neighborhood precinct to cast your ballot. You could go to any of the vote centers in LA County and you could vote. You could cast your vote. In order to do that, of course, we had to implement electronic poll books. And then we also redesigned our vote by mail ballot. As you know, voters have their own choice whether they want to vote in person or vote by mail. By default, we send vote by mail to all the voters of LA County. And electronic poll books. I just mentioned that in order for us to do the early voting as well as vote centers, we had to implement something called electronic poll book. That way, people can verify your voter registration status and check you in, and you could vote. Now, when we talk of the open source components, there are several things that we intend to make open source. Of course, the software design document, which is the foundation, we want to make it open source. BMD, or the ballot marking device, and the associated software. There's a management software behind it that allows us to control those devices. That's part of the open source strategy. Interactive sample ballot, which is a web application, so that is definitely in the purview of open source. Ballot layout, that's another application, again, for internal purposes. How do we lay out the ballot? So there's an application that we've created ourselves. Tally system. Tally is the tabulation system. And the way we've created it is, now LA County may have resources to have those high-speed scanners. Those tend to be expensive. If a jurisdiction wants to use cheaper scanners, cheaper hardware, they should be able to use the same system. So it's hardware agnostic. And then there's a cool technology that we've developed, Enterprise Signing Authority, that allows all these systems to handshake with each other and talk to each other. Remember, most of these systems are air-gapped and in isolated networks. So we need some way to authenticate traveling between various systems is authentic or not. Just a little bit history. I don't know if you guys remember, but we used to have ballots that looked like this, something like a high school test. And it was pretty cumbersome for people to vote. Even for vote by mail, they had to match their candidates against the actual ballot that they used to mark. Believe it or not, about 3 years ago, we were still using this technology. This is 1960s technology. Very confusing, and frankly speaking, the ballots also had limitations. Right now, the most recent election that we had about 42 or so contests with hundreds, if not thousands of candidates. With this system, there were physical limitations on how many contests can we have in an election. And here comes the ballot marking device. This is the new ballot marking device that we've created. It allows people to have a great voter experience. It has a touch screen. It started as a concept back in 2007, 2008. By 2016, we had developed the specifications. And in 2018, we started manufacturing these devices. So we contracted with a contract manufacturer to create these devices, this hardware, and the associated software as per our specifications. 2019, we had a mock election, and 2020 was the big day, which coincided with the presidential primary election in March 2020. This is a touch screen. In fact, I would encourage you to go there and see it for yourself. The actual ballot is still a paper. It actually prints a ballot, and that is the official ballot that gets tabulated. So we're not talking of electronic voting here, because state of California does not allow us to do that. Interactive sample ballot, this is a web application, and the goals were primarily to digitize the paper sample ballot that you receive in the mail. Now, once we digitized it, we also came up with an idea that how about we can expedite the experience of people who have actually studied the ballot themselves or studied the pros and cons, and they have made up their mind who are they going to vote. So we came up with something called Poll Pass. These are just screens of interactive sample ballot. At the end of interactive sample ballot, it gives you a QR code that has your selections. The QR code can be downloaded, take a picture, printed, go to a vote center, scan it in a BMD, and it pre-populates, does not cast, it pre-populates your selections. Kind of a speeding up of voting experience. Imagine if there are 25 different contests and every voter starts reviewing and making their mind at the vote center. That's going to slow down things. In LA County, with about 6 million voters, that can be pretty daunting task. So we have to keep in mind our operational nuances as well. So interactive sample ballot and the poll pass is one way to speed up the ballot. Absolutely. We captured that data. The question was about do we have any statistics about the poll pass or how many people use it? The answer is yes. We have all that data, how many people. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that by design, we do not capture voter information. We don't want to capture any voter information. So we don't need to know who the voter is and what choices have they made. So it's by design a disjointed process. And we can talk about it a little later as well. Another cool application that we've developed is the ballot layout application. We worked with Secretary of State. We worked with the legal teams, the design teams. We went out in the community. We asked them how would they want to see their vote by mail ballot. And of course, we have to work with a ballot printer, somebody who can print these at a mass scale. So we work with certain elements are given on the screen. Every contest or every election will have a specific color that's assigned by the Secretary of State. By the way, in California, Secretary of State is the regulatory and the authority over election. So we have to follow their guidelines. The layout, we made it more dynamic so that it's up to us if we want to add some instructions for the voters, because these will keep changing. And of course, we added customization. We could add pictures. We could add our own text. And then this was all done with MarkSense technology so that there are some registration marks so that the system can read. For many, many, many years, this is actually one of the pictures of our old system. These are IBM card readers. They're pretty fast, but at the same time, it's a primitive technology. It was based on Microsoft DOS. Literally 3 years ago, we were running our elections and tabulating elections on Microsoft DOS. In 2020, we changed all that. We used to have about 40 ballot readers, and the vision was, how do we change that? We wanted to create a modern interface for the operators as well as for the administrators. And we wanted the ballots to be full face, front and back. These old antiquated readers could only read one side. And then we also wanted some way to track the ballot, especially when it comes to recounts, especially when it comes to auditability. We want to be able to know where is this ballot. Remember, in all this, there's no voter information. Voters' job is once they come to a vote center, they check in. That's it. After that, whatever happens, it's an anonymous ballot. So we don't have any idea to match them. Another cool thing that we did was ballot viewer. And this is where we got some ideas from other companies that have multiple millions of transactions happening. So we used Kubernetes, Docker, CentOS, we created a ballot viewer that will give us all the information about the ballot. It also has an image of the ballot and what system has interpreted. We also added annotations so that we know exactly where system has identified the marks. What is the threshold? Is system confident enough? In fact, we've been doing auditing after every election since 2020. The system has actually performed 100% accurately. 100%. Every election. So our confidence has gone up drastically as well. Thank you. Just a glimpse of LA County. We had to come up with new facilities, new operational flows. We created a new facility in Downey. There's a designated area where media and public observers can come in and watch our process. We deliberately made it transparent because we want people to watch us. We want people to see what is being done. And we also added monitors so that the operators of tally system, whatever they see, the public can see. We also stream it online so that there's a full public transparency. And we've seen transparency always triggers public trust. People start trusting the system if we are fully transparent. COVID was a great opportunity for us to stream live because if people couldn't come in our building, they would watch it from their home. These are the scanners. The scanners, certain salient features are scanners can scan front and back. 500,000 ballots in a regular shift of 8 hours. We have multiple, I would say about 40 staff working in one shift. There are document details that are shown right away. And these scanners actually are pretty good when it comes to, if they are unable to identify the QR code, they will put it in a different pocket or a different slot so that those can be validated by humans. Another component that we've created is the Enterprise Signing Authority. This is a critical piece. We create certificate keys, a public-private key combination, before every election or from time to time, whether it's 1 year or 2 year as per the policy. And then those keys are distributed to all the systems by hand, and we track where exactly these keys have gone. We use Iron Key as a USB device so that we have full control of, we can even delete that remotely in case of a breach. So a lot of measures and controls. Now, when it comes to components of open system, at a very high level, we wanted to work on the governance framework. How are we going to govern? As the VSAP, now it's been in use for 2 years. We are the pioneers. We wrote this. The intellectual property belongs to LA County. How are we going to govern? The code management, as you all know, code management is a big piece, and we're gonna work on that. Infrastructure, of course, whether that's in cloud or in-house, that's yet to be determined. But we would seek some feedback from open source community about pros and cons. And licensing, frankly speaking, the lawyers at LA County, they would work on the licensing mechanism, whether we piggyback on the existing licenses in open source or something else. So that's something we are working with our council. The comment is, if you license it, it's not open source. I think there are legal ramifications. There are license agreements with the open source software as well, whether that's Apache or MIT, whether it's copyright, copyleft. That's what I meant by that we are still trying to determine. So the next step is, of course, we're going to work on the governance model. That's something we are working very diligently, very, very closely with Secretary of State. Yes. 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 That is correct. Los Angeles County doesn't want to be a vendor. We are a public entity. This was never, we never mean to be a vendor. When VSAP, let me give you a little bit history. When VSAP was conceptualized, we knew that we have antiquated systems. We knew that we have to modernize. And frankly speaking, when it comes to elections, the entire marketplace is kind of controlled. I shouldn't say controlled, but there is a vast majority of market which is owned by a handful of vendors, maybe a dozen or so. And frankly speaking, nobody could scale to our level. They are great for smaller counties, but LA County, and that's when we wanted to break this dependence from the vendors. We wanted to create something for ourselves. If it can work in LA County, it can work in any jurisdiction within the nation. And whatever investments we have made for design and development, we want to give that back to the election community. So yes, you are right. Our intention is to give this system, this code, back to election community so that they can use it. And again, it doesn't have to be all or none. They can even pick and choose. They can take tabulation system, for example. They can still use their own ballot marking device or whatever devices they want to. We want to leave it open. And another benefit that we want to get from open source community is transparency and security. Frankly speaking, if there are more eyes on the code, it will be better and better, especially when it comes to security. So that's something we want to work with Secretary of State so that they can create certification and regulatory framework. And the open source community, in whatever way, if you all can reach out to whoever you can and push for regulatory framework, definitely something we would love to collaborate with you. Code management, versioning, again, relatively a simpler thing, but that's something we can work on, whether we put the code in GitHub or not. There are several examples that we've looked at. Infrastructure goes with code management. Outreach and communication. We want to be very open and transparent. Whenever there's a new version of VSAP, we want the community to know. We want our users to know, and we want all the jurisdictions that are going to be using the system to know that this is the new system, this is the enhancement. So there's got to be a communications protocol and a platform there. Security patches and vulnerabilities, I think that's a big one, because imagine one version of VSAP is certified by Secretary of State in California. Let's say another county, let's say in Texas, wants to use it. Secretary of State is not their regulatory body. And there's a vulnerability that is identified. How do we patch it? If it's right before the election, do we patch it right away? So there are some nuances. Again, not a huge thing. It's not a big barrier, but these are nuances that everybody has to understand and consider. Remember, this is the first time in election industry something like this has been done. So we are actually breaking ground. So a lot of our community doesn't understand, or sometimes they are not even ready. Sometimes people think that if we make it open source, it's going to be more vulnerable to hacks and stuff. But my counter argument is that we have controls and measures in place. The fact that the entire system of ballot marking devices is isolated, contained in one physical location, that itself has some inherent security built in. Licensing, as I said, that's another thing. What happens to the third-party libraries? Because frankly speaking, there are thousands of them. We built on top of open source stack, but there are many libraries. These libraries come with their own licensing. Some are restrictive licensing, and some are permissive. How can we, so frankly speaking, we have to probably scan through the entire code base and start identifying the libraries that we can ship as part of our open source model. Or we may have to update our documentation. Some libraries may have their own licensing and their own terms and conditions that the consumer may have to sign. Just to give you an example, if there's a arbitrarily, if MySQL is there, there might be an agreement between MySQL and the user. They may have to get into, or at least agree to their terms and conditions. So there's some work to be done. The system has worked for us. It's still in its early stages, I would say, 2 years right now, and we've had about 3 or 4 major elections. So I think the time is right. We want to go through and we want to make our software ready for open source. Yes, questions? So the question is, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, what are the concerns that she has? When I say Secretary of State, I do not mean the Secretary of State Shirley Weber. I mean the Office of the Secretary of State. They have a team. We work with them. They are certification authority. They have not told us if there are any concerns. And frankly speaking, we have gone through multiple levels of testing, penetration testing, third-party testing. We hired our own companies in addition to the certification bar that any voting system has to meet. In fact, we raised our bar so much that the certification testing becomes a cakewalk. So I would not say that Secretary of State herself has any problems or issues because we don't interact with her directly. Her office, we are in touch with her office, and we're just working with them on the certification and the regulatory framework. Yes. So the question is, what type of measures and controls do we have during an election for the tally system? We have several, I would say, more than a dozen or so different steps that we have to go through. Before every election, the certified code, which is in a repository, in a trusted build, we call it trusted build, we have to reinstall the software from that trusted build, always. So imagine we keep conducting elections. After every election, we wipe out our production servers, we archive them, and we reinstall the software from a trusted build so that we are getting it from one source. There's a hash value verification. Are we indeed getting the same trusted build that's been certified or not? Once the system is installed, then we do a public logic and accuracy test. This is a public event where members of public and observers can come in and watch us do a logic and accuracy test. And logic and accuracy test is nothing but we go through each and every possible combination in a ballot. It just goes in millions, and see if tally system has read each of those combinations correctly or not. And we test end to end the entire system. During an election, after all this testing, during an election, we keep scanning the ballots throughout the 11-day or 15-day period. On the election day itself, 8 o'clock, so by law, 8 o'clock is when we are supposed to tabulate the system, the ballots. 8 p.m. we tabulate, and then there's a frequency determined, every 2 days or every 3 days, there's going to be regular updates, and that period is called canvas period. During the canvas period, we do 1% manual check of all the ballots, of all the contests, and again, it's a public event. Observers and campaigns are generally watching us. Campaigns will send their people who will be looking over our shoulders. And it's generally divided into a glass barrier so that people can watch us while we do our work. Once the election results are certified, we again do a public logic and accuracy test, the same test. And once everything is done, once the election is certified, then there's a period of, I think, 30 days or so when people can contend if the results are not accurate. The campaigns come back to us sometimes they don't. And then we do whatever is legally allowed. And then we wipe out the production servers. Before wiping out, we archive everything into a storage and then get ready for the production server. So it's a rather intense activity from technology as well as from the operations. But we make sure that we are doing everything possible above and beyond what we are supposed to do legally. Yes. Great question. Do we have other jurisdictions that have expressed interest? The answer is yes. There are many jurisdictions, and you can imagine LA County being the largest in terms of population. Whatever we do gets highlighted, very visible nationally and internationally. So there are many jurisdictions within the U.S. that have expressed interest. They're just waiting for, either get a hold of the code, or some jurisdictions basically just want to take our ballot marking devices, the device that you will see downstairs. Some, they just want to take our tally system. Some are only interested in learning about our operations and maybe take aspects from our operations. Any other question? Yes.
The numbers, 5 jurisdictions, 50, 500, how many jurisdictions are realized?
I would say it's less than a dozen. 10 or so, yes. And as the things mature, as the word goes out, as the public trust is established, in fact, we've started seeing that people trust our system so much that the amount of questions that we were asked earlier, 3 or 4 years ago, the nature of the questions has changed. The number of questions are becoming lesser and lesser. So it just shows, and then we get feedback from the public as well. What do you want us to change? The system is modular. It's a living system. We are continuing to change the system. And the idea is public trust and transparency. Yes, question. Great question. Something very near and dear to me. So the question is, when you vote, there's a QR code that gets printed on the ballot. How, as member of a public, how can you know what's contained in the QR code? So we've made it all transparent. The QR code contains, and I can, if there's a chance, I can show you. When the ballot gets printed, if you are voting for Mickey Mouse or whoever, there is a string associated with that value. In the QR code, that string is contained in the QR code. You can use any scanner, your camera, phone camera, or any scanner, and understand what those values are. We create a database before every election, and we publish it. What does 25 means? What does 49 means? What does 2FC means? So that people can independently, on their own, verify what is in their QR code. In an instant, you can also, there is a human-readable selections that you have made, whether it's in English or other languages. You can actually read what your ballot contains. So both from human-readable as well as QR code, we are being fully transparent. I think there's a question here. there is never going to be a discrepancy. Human readable. Human readable. Human readable. So the law says the intent. What is the intent of the voter? Who are they intending to vote? And we see that in vote by mail. So there are rules and regulations around it. Yeah. Mhm. Correct. Yes. And that's why we test the system so much. I think there's a question at the end. Sure. Great question. It was two-part question. One is about the bug bounty program. That is something we are working on. As I said, we've established a pretty well-defined cybersecurity program, and we work with a lot of agencies, including DHS at the federal level and at the state level, FBI, and even the third-party security companies as well. But bug bounty is definitely on the horizon, something I cannot comment right now. When would it happen? But that's something we are considering. The second question was, there's no way for voters to know who they are registered as and who did they vote for. I think that's a legal question and the policymaker question. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm a technologist. I make things, the democracy and how the voting happens in the United States or in California. There are laws. We merely follow the laws. So I think it's more of a policy question rather than... it's not the first time, but I think, and I can understand both sides of the story. I can understand why things are the way they are. There needs to be a privacy. I mean, if I'm a voter, why does registrar need to know who did I vote for? I wouldn't be very comfortable letting anybody know. It's a very personal experience, right? In some other jurisdictions, in some other countries, it may happen. I cannot comment, but again, there are policy questions. So. Correct. Yes, there's a question.
So this is very exciting, and I really appreciate what you're doing, and I hope all of America follows this. But forgive me if I've misunderstood. It sounds like a lot of the software that you're using is not currently open source, but it is your intention to open source. And so I'd like you to comment on that, and I'd also like to say that I believe there is risk and delay here in not open sourcing quickly because of both inertia and there are certain security risks in doing that.
Yes, the question is, if it's our intent, LA County's intent to make it open source, the answer is yes. That is why this was the prime philosophy behind VSAP. We wanted to break that dependence from the vendors because, frankly speaking, in vendor-supported system, there were a lot of flaws. Accessibility was something that was add-on. Security was something that was an afterthought. We didn't want that. We wanted in fact, the law says in a vote center there should be one accessible device. All 100% of our devices are accessible. So, I mean, that's the kind of bar we are raising for ourselves. You mentioned that There's an inertia, and there are risks if we further delay it. Yes, you're right. I think, as I mentioned, that in 2020 had two major elections, the primary and the presidential general. So 2020 was the first year when we rolled out for ourselves. We refined our processes. We made enhancements. We added some more languages. In 2021, we had a recall election. In 2022, we just finished the gubernatorial primary. So I think the time is ripe right now. And we want to make it open source. It is, and again, for the benefit of open source community, we want it to be fully transparent. We want people to audit our code. We have, and that's the philosophy that we bring to the table. Even the transparency that I spoke to you about, that people can actually watch us, what we do, we want to be fully transparent.
Can you comment on what you're waiting on then?
So there are, as I said, multiple issues or items that we are working on. I think the governance and the regulatory framework would be something big one that we would need Secretary of State to collaborate with us. There are questions. This is something new that we are doing. This has never been done. It's a breakthrough. So I think the governments also need to mature and learn from the private industry and see what's going out there. There are several examples at the federal level. Open data, for example.
So it seems to me that you're making an assumption here, right? I mean, you need a governance model and potentially a regulatory framework if you're giving other people the ability to submit code to you. If you don't give people that power, you don't need to do that. You can just say, this is what we're using. So essentially, you're giving people the ability to read your code.
Correct.
But you're not giving them the ability to participate in it, which would be a step forward.
Correct.
So
Correct.
you don't need a governance model if all you're going to do is just publish the code.
Sure. And there's nothing wrong with that, and I totally get it. I think I understand where you're coming from. Where we are coming from is we want to make sure that all the regulatory bodies, they know exactly what we are doing. What are the repercussions? Once it's certified, another county takes a certified code. Do they do the certification testing, or do they do operational testing? Do they do a functional testing? Because in various aspects, it can be a same mirror of what we do. In many cases, it may be totally different. It may look very different for other counties. So yes, you're right, opening up of the source code. And as part of our certification testing, we have opened it up in a controlled manner to much more scrutiny than any other voting system. The private entities, they don't do all that. But we went above and beyond. We invited DHS to do a critical product evaluation on our dime. We invited 2 or 3 third-party entities to do a security testing, vulnerability testing, penetration testing. And all the responses, all the feedback that we get, and again, software will have bugs, there will be security issues, and we are always trying to, before any major version that we release and get certified, we're always addressing all the security bugs and all the vulnerabilities that are found. Yes?
You want to be careful with this type of system in this political environment to allow anybody to read the code without certain restrictions. Because the first thing that certain people who have already been attacking the integrity of the election are going to do is cast doubt about the safety, the validity, the accuracy
opens and a vulnerability is discovered, and then it's held secret until the day before the election, and then all of a sudden the election is in doubt. There are multiple ways to attack the system. Anybody can say anything they want, but if they actually have evidence to prove that the system is bad, that's where you have problems. So there are these are the logistical problems that are involved. It's not just you can't just dump a tarball on GitHub and call it a day. Like there are ramifications to how this gets deployed. Unfortunately, like I was in meetings with him for 2 years saying the exact same thing, and got told that just like repeatedly, like calm down, man. It's really complicated. And I became a believer, especially after 2020, and just said, you know, people can say whatever the hell they want, right? That's what we saw in 2020. People can say whatever the hell they want, and as long as they don't have evidence, then you can try to back it off. But if they have evidence, you've got problems.
So there are multiple layers of issues, and I'm sure we'll collaborate with the open source community and move forward. That's our intention. We don't want to hold back. It's just that these are certain gotchas and nuances that we are working on. And in government, as you know, things take their time. But LA County prides itself that we've done this work so fast. Within a period, I'm telling you, I was here in 2019 and 2018. We were still using the old Inca vote and the cards technology. Last question. Unfortunately, I think I will have time for one, and then maybe we can close out the session, and then I'll be hanging out here. If you have any questions, one-on-one, we can talk about it. Just one last. I'm sorry. I think I've had some questions. I think this gentleman wants to ask something. Yes.
If I remember what it was, has the Secretary of State's office expressed any interest in doing certification, which would then allow them to publish it to all of the counties in the state of California, rather than you?
So the question is, has Secretary of State office expressed interest in publishing the code themselves for the rest of California? Unfortunately, that's not the case. Secretary of State's office has expressed interest that they want to make it open source. They want LA County to take the lead. We are working. They are committed to creating a governance framework and certification framework. But there hasn't been any conversation that they will publish. So I think those are certain things that we are still working on with them. Hopefully we come to a resolution and we just make it available on GitHub.
There is a call to action in the sense that if you want the state to do that, talk to your representative, right? Talk to your state representative and have them say, hey, we want to have a modern voting infrastructure throughout the state of California, so support this initiative and make it happen, right? Like that's also part of the inertia. Like the elected officials don't see any reason to do anything because nobody's talking to them about it, right? As far as they're concerned, LA County has this neat cool thing, but nobody else seems to care about it. So, if you care, talk to them.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be here. Thanks.
Long Beach mayor race is there, you are supposed to get that. A person in Los Angeles City may have city council contest, right? So what you get is merely what we call ballot style. Every jurisdiction or every part of land will have a ballot style. You are supposed to get your contest. I'm supposed to get my contest, right? Because I live somewhere else. Now in LA County, if you happen to go to Lancaster, you are a Long Beach resident, you should be able to vote for your Long Beach mayor. So the ballot that prints is just a ballot style that is embedded into one code. That's what you insert in your ballot marking device that tells you that these are the contests that need to be shown to you. And that's it. No, no, absolutely not. Absolutely. Thank you. It's about 5.7 million right now. It keeps changing. A lot of people move in, people move out of the county, people die, people turn 18. So it's a moving data. Right now it's in the tune of 5.7 to 5.8 million. There you go. Population has increased. Yes. So you know the thing about the vendors? So there are multiple vendors involved in multiple systems. It's always been county's design, software design as well. Vendors were merely coding, and then it's in our control. So all the management supervisory layers always have been county employees. I don't know the percentage because many systems have different vendors. I'm pretty sure farming that out. Farm that out instead of county developing internally. Probably the thing where they're going to approve it for other areas. They have to have their own validation. Absolutely. Yeah. So the idea that somehow on you. No, here's a framework that works. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. You said it right. Thank you. Anyhow. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I don't know who was in line first. So I missed most of the talk because I was talking about vendor area. I wanted to ask, in terms of the tech stack you're using, what languages do you see most represented? So languages in terms of program language. So we use Golang a lot. A lot of JavaScript framework. Angular, I think, is being used on the ballot marking devices as a front end. Right. So there's a back end for that, though. Like, what OS is that built on? CentOS. So there's a mix. And again, lately we know that CentOS is going to stop their support pretty soon. So it's either got to be Stream or it's got to go to RHEL. But one of yes. So RHEL is where we are leaning towards. So we've started the planning for the next version. And Red Hat, we are talking with them. We want to move to much more standard because, frankly speaking, CentOS has done its job. It has taken us this far. Red Hat seems to be a better option because we can get skill sets from the industry. Right. There's a lot of RHEL. Yes. Yeah. So that is the direction we want. And then as far as the operating system you're building on top of, like and I have CentOS as point of reference. That's basically like the same as RHEL until Stream came out. But how many dependencies are there on that system before you start moving yours up on
there's a seal on the back.
There's a seal. It's a FIPS compliant seal. However, the ESA that I spoke about, the signing authority, it allows us to actually get the signatures of each and every device. So arbitrarily, if somebody creates same device, a nation state creates similar looking device, same everything.
Yeah, so there's actually a per device key that's
Oh yeah. Per device key. The moment it gets into our network, A, of course, it will be identified right away. B, it'll be shut down. It cannot even do anything. So we have created these boxes or cards in which these are stored. These devices are stored, and these boxes and cards are relatively smarter. So we shut down all the rest 4 devices in that card. The card becomes useless if a foreign device comes in. So I think there are many controls and measures in place when it comes to security. I'm not saying it's an end all. I think there's still much more we can do, and we want to get those kind of ideas from the security community. What more we can do?
When you say foreign device, basically nation state, like, well, I don't know, Russia, China,
I don't know who
etc.
can do it. I don't know.
Those are the 2 big nation states.
Yeah, I mean, whoever. I don't know who can, but again, this is an arbitrary use case that we've thought about.
So question, I know that the design is not currently open source. Are you talking about open source only software or also hardware?
Both. We want to make it open source, both.
Okay, and
now,
if I wanted to buy the hardware right now, could I?
yes.
Okay, and not with me signing NDAs or whatnot, I can go and buy it from a retailer.
Not any retailer, but a contract manufacturer.
If I walk in and I hand someone cash, will they want to see ID in order for me to buy them?
That would be my understanding. It's controlled equipment under federal law. So these are never going to be retail. These devices are never going to be out there in a
right.
However, there is a way, there is a contractual obligation of the contract manufacturer that if some jurisdiction wants to buy these devices, they can manufacture with a different software, different firmware, they can manufacture for a period of 10 or 15 years.
Right.
So there are some contractual obligations for the manufacturer. They are the only ones right now. But eventual idea is to make the tags also available outside.
Okay. So at the moment, though, if you're a random security researcher, you can't just go and say, buy one on me.
No.
Okay, got it.
I'm curious about the certification process.
Yes.
Particularly I'm working with a small group called Starvoting, and we're trying to get a new kind of alternate voting system fast.
Okay.
And so we're in the process of building out some open source software to do that right now. And I think our biggest problem, and probably the biggest we're running into as well with your thing, is like getting it all certified, right? So I guess what I'm curious is, are you going to document that process? I would love to read the blog about how you got certified, just
Yes,
what that process was.
Oh, yeah. So we actually forced the Secretary of State to publish this process because when we started it was it's very hard to find. But I would encourage you to work with our office. I can give you my card. Another organization is called OVSCA at Secretary of State.
Okay.
Office of Voting Technology Certification something.
Yeah, this is not represent. This is my business card, but
okay.
I personally am also interested.
So OVSCA is the organization. They have published a path, an application to get voting system certified.
Yeah.
And there is a rigorous process. You submit the application, then they do the testing, different types of testing.
Is it like Dominion or somebody? Who's the company that does the certification? Do you know?
No, Dominion cannot do certification.
Okay.
It has to be done by Secretary of State. Dominion is just
the voting machines, right?
Is a voting machine, one vendor, but Secretary of State is in charge.
Okay.
Now, in the certification testing, they may seek some help from outsiders, test agencies.
Yeah.
There are federally known test agencies. They may seek, but that's their prerogative. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Do you foresee somewhere in the roadmap eventually supporting alternate voting systems besides just first past the post?
Besides
first past the post voting?
Ranked choice. Ranked choice, yes. So there is a cost. There is a cost. If it becomes a law, we will support it. Absolutely.
I guess if the software
take it out there in the open source community is exactly like this. And it won't just benefit LA County, it'll benefit everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
So, yeah, yeah, we are eager. We want to. Let's see how successful we are. I think we've come this way. We've come far in a relatively short period of time. So we are kind of leading the grounds here.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, good luck with it, man. It looks like you've made a lot of progress. Actually, I saw the voting machine downstairs right before I came up to talk. I'm gonna go down and check it out.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm super excited for you, and I hope that we can get, better, faster, more convenient voting for everyone. I hope that we can get better electoral systems that are, actually elect candidates that represent the people as a whole.
I know.
Not this duopoly we're currently trapped in, but
yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great talk. Yeah.
What are the safeguards to prevent interference by, say, FSPs or SCaLE sensors or magnetic actuators?
So there are, and you're right. I think those are the operational controls that we are always working on. There are. Did you work in an election? Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for the work that you did. So yeah, there are checks and balances, especially the pre-checks. Now, ballot marking device, unfortunately, once it's out of our warehouse, it's a standalone independent unit.
Standalone, it's just sitting there.
There's no connection, right? No connection to the outside world. So we, sitting in our office, we don't have much visibility into what's going on. Now, the seals, etc., I think those are the operational controls that FSPs, and we need to encourage our training program.
Here's my concern there. There's those seals. However, I've known that these seals can be defeated.
Okay.
And it's pretty trivial stuff. If you look at pads like Teflon, there are talks of how to defeat these seals without leaving any trace. And that's the big concern. There's those security experts that say you cannot trust these seals because they are easily tampered. Even though they say tamper evident or tamper proof, you cannot say these are absolutely tamper resistant.
I would
do that.
I would encourage you to talk to me, talk to us, give us those ideas. We are open. We're not married to that seal. That seal was because we looked around in the market, fixed compliance seal, we showed it to Secretary of State. Yeah, it checked all their check boxes. It was good. That's why we selected. If there is a better method, I want that. I want to know that.
I think the easiest one would be just pulling up election officials as a seal. I think it'd be
Correct.
the human aspect that you have human.
Yeah. And then what you mentioned about BMPs. So yes, we have to rely on operational controls of FSPs.
And your BMDs, of course, your touchscreen machines. Foreign devices come in. Let's say back to the foreign devices that the flyer talked about. Let's say a foreign device from a major city. Let's say tries to pretend. Let's emulate. Let's say 2020 election.
Sure.
Person votes for Biden, and then software immediately says, "Oh no, let's go for Trump."
Sure.
And we've seen that, and I've seen that before with previous systems over in Europe where the ADPs would pass. And you said they could be destroyed. What do you mean that when the card is back, it's destroyed?
When the card is back into the network, it is rendered useless. There's a trigger in our BMG system that something foreign has come in. Immediate. Now, to your point about a foreign machine coming into a vote center and altering the instructions, every ballot, first of all, ballot paper is a controlled item. Where it comes from, we know exactly where it comes from, and it's counted. Every ballot has a signature that has a ballot BMD ID. When it comes to the QR code, it's probably yes, it is part of the QR code, and it's all published online. We're not hiding anything.
Not hiding anything.
So once you, and I can even show you the QR code. Yeah. You can just use a camera and see there's a string. One of them is a BMD ID. so much in a short period of time. Once an illegitimate ballot is identified, tally system will outstat it. All the outstats go through human validation.
So there's a person there who's looking at it.
Yeah. And then in tally system, we run reports. How many of these ballots out of 6 million ballots that we've tallied, 3 million ballots that we've tallied, is there any of the ballots that says the BMD ID is something that we don't know? So immediately we know that there's one ballot, that's one or whatever many. So far there has never been. It's a relatively new system. But even if that happens, we will know as a tally system that there is a foreign ballot and these are the ones. Now what you say, how to know who did it, that's the investigation. That will take time. So we will call the cyber experts and ask them to investigate. FBI gets involved, law enforcement gets involved, DA, district attorney will get involved. So it's their job.
Even the Attorney General.
Yeah. But it's their job to investigate.
But
it's not our job to
investigate. But once the investigation is over, they'll come home with documents and let you see it. Most of the time it's redacted. And it's like, where's the evidence? It's all redacted. That's not transparency. That's superior, security. That's not transparency. The term security for security is absolutely a dangerous thing. I know, people are suspicious. If you redact some personal information and it's widely informed thing, then the trust is already broken.
Correct.
Sooner or later, people go, I'm not going on this thing. This is broken stuff.
Yeah. So if you have any more ideas to make it better, let us know. We'll talk to us. This is not a vendor that is driven by the profit.
So
we're a public entity.
The last system, the EcoVote system, who made the whole thing? You don't know?
Before even I was born. Yeah. 68 was when we implemented it.
And were you still using punch cards until right up to the infamous 2000 Florida chat, the hanging chat?
I wasn't part of this organization back then.
I saw a picture of them
up
holding
until
the same time.
Up until 2019, we used SCaLE. 2020 March was the first time when we rolled out the new patch.
There was a few days before COVID.
Yes.
COVID.
Yes.
And I think, wasn't Dean Logan who was one with Better Talk?
He's the registered recorder counsel.
Yeah, he may have appeared in one of the Better Talk appearances.
Sure. Yeah, then I need to look at. But if you have any ideas from operations standpoint, let me know. Do you have a contact information so that I can reach out to you, or do you want my card?
Sure.
Yeah. Ping me